has to do with relieving us, relaxing us, and lighting the weight of our days. Ironically, the reason I'm not with you in person is a catatonia due to stress. As usual, what makes this funny is that it is true. I apologize in advance. Historical considerations. I apologize in advance. Historical considerations.
We have a small problem with the audio.
Yeah.
So maybe you can start like 2 or 3 sentences before so that everybody catches what you just said, please.
Hay un desfase de audio.
Pero creo que ya se arregló.
Yes, okay. Well, I'm very happy and grateful to be here with you today, albeit virtually. I come to talk to you about humor and its function, which in part has to do with relieving us, relaxing us, and lighting the weight of our days. Ironically, the reason I'm not with you in person is a catatonia due to stress. As usual, what makes this funny is that it is true. I apologize in advance because my historical considerations are mere illustrations, not in-depth exegesis. My aim is to present the contemporary debate on the nature of humor in a political context, and in doing so to defend a particular cognitive perspective. I would also like to thank my colleague Marc Jiménez Roland, co-author of some of these ideas, who is not present here, and with whom I'm preparing a more detailed paper on this subject. I am also deeply grateful to María-Elena and Xavier for their invitation. Let us begin. In the political life of our societies, situations arise that are frustrating or irritating, often presenting us with the dilemma of responding with a hearty laugh or weeping. Why is this our dilemma? Why do these responses seem natural to us? If there is any truth in the popular wisdom behind the expression, I don't know whether to laugh or cry, it is that in a sense humor is akin to complaint. I will try to show that humor can be understood as a particular cognitive phenomenon which occurs when our cognitive expectations are not realized. In accordance with this conception of its nature, I will explore which role it can play in our society. To this end, I will begin by offering an overview of several general theories on the nature of humor. Next, I will see how they apply to characterize political humor. Then, I will offer reasons for choosing one of these theories and show how it explains the social role of humor. I will conclude by pointing out some limitations of political humor thus conceived. By using the word humor here, I am not referring to the bodily fluids postulated by Hippocratic medicine to account for health and disease, nor to the character, disposition, or general state of mind of people. Following a widespread linguistic practice, I speak of humor to refer to situations in which an attempt is made to produce comic effects, inducing laughter. By this order of terms, the subject of humor has been widely treated as a central theme of extensive essays or in insulated remarks when discussing other issues. Within this vast literature, several conceptions of the nature of humor can be recognized. The three I will briefly explore often overlap and intertwine as they approach to the same set of phenomena from a variety of perspectives. Although the content of these theories can often be seen as complementary, I'm interested in exploring which of these perspectives can offer us a more productive theoretical framework for understanding the nature and function of political humor. Theoretical approaches to humor have a long history. We can find them since the beginning of the history of Western thought. Several philosophers emphasized some ideas about humorous phenomena, which dominated the intellectual landscape from antiquity to the end of the 19th century. These groups of ideas are known as superiority theories. For these, when something evokes laughter, it reveals the inferiority of the person or group being laughed at. Many instances of humor fit well with this theory. We often laugh at people and social groups. Here is a joke about lawyers, a common group that consistently and sometimes justifiably generates populate derision that exemplifies the point made by superiority theories. Four surgeons, while taking a coffee break, were discussing their work. The first said, "I think the counters are the easiest to operate. You open them and everything inside is numbered." The second said, "I think the libraries are the easiest to operate. You open them and everything is in alphabetical order." The third said, "I like to operate electricians. You open them up and everything inside is color-coded." The fourth said, "I prefer lawyers. They are heartless, godless, spineless, and their heads and asses are interchangeable." For both Plato and Aristotle, the fact that something is funny to us requires an explanation. Thus, they developed the first superiority theories. They thought that the fact that we find something funny is explained by its inferiority. For example, Plato, following the example of his teacher Socrates, considered morally superior those human beings who followed the Delphic injunction to know themselves. That is, those who, if they were tall, knew themselves to be tall, short if they were short, clever if they were indeed clever, or clumsy if they were limited. Conversely, for Plato, we laugh at those who don't know themselves, people who think they are smarter, more graceful, or stronger than they really are. Thus, he thought that comic amusement provoked by humor is directed at a particular vice, self-deception. We laugh at people who don't know themselves and think that they are better than how they are. Aristotle partially shared this perspective. He defined humor as a form of abuse and conjectured that comedy began as invective. For Aristotle, humor is the recognition of a flaw or a piece of ugliness because of an implicit comparison between a noble state of a person or thing and an ignoble state. Thus, superiority theories can also explain cases in which one laughs at oneself. Thomas Hobbes, the paradigmatic proponent of these theories, commented, "Sudden glory is the passion which makes those grimaces called laughter, and is caused either by some sudden act of their own or by the apprehension of some deformed thing in another." So when we laugh at ourselves, according to superiority theorists, we do so putatively from a current perspective of superior perception that sees and savors the ridiculous inattention of the persons we once were. Yeah. Another group of theoretical conceptions of humor, relief theories, focuses on the physiological and psychological effects of laughter and comedy. Why do we spend so much time and money consuming humorous products? As many philosophers and writers have recognized, that humor is enjoyable, that humor is enjoyable can have beneficial aspects. Laughter produces pleasure and has a relaxing effect, dispels sadness and boredom, lifts the spirit, and lightens the weight of our days. Although they have ancient manifestations, including perhaps the lost second book of Aristotle, Poetics, these conceptions of humor developed mainly from the 19th century onward, driven by the Earl of Shaftesbury, Freud, and Spencer. Relief theories emphasized that intellectual tension can build up, and when it is released by a positive emotion, it is transformed or released into laughter. For the Earl of Shaftesbury, the free spirits of ingenious people will find other ways to escape their limitations and take revenge on those who repress them. In the extravagant and recurrent Freudian version, on the other hand, our primary impulses of aggressiveness and sexual desire are repressed by society and civilization, which generate repressed sexual and aggressive energy. When that tension is spontaneously or surprisingly rather than gradually released, the nervous energy is liberated and the relief comes in the form of comic amusement. A great advantage of relief theories is that they emphasize the role of that surprise plays in audience, as well as account for the recurring correlation between creativity and humor as character traits in people. Another fruitful group of approaches to humor, incongruity theories, proliferated in reflection and research during the 20th century. Incongruity theories have been explored by thinkers such as Arthur Koestler, Paul Jerry Soles, Paul McGee, Thomas Schultz, and more recently, Noel Carroll. In simple terms, what incongruity theories argue is that the mechanisms of comedy, the nature of humor, are related to the perception of something that seems incongruous to us. Carroll's example is illustrative. An Irishman named Pat goes into a bar in New York City. He goes in and he orders 3 shots of Jameson. Set them up right away, 3 of them. The bartenders set them up. Pat orders 3 more, 3 more, 3 more. Finally, the bartender says, "Why do you always order your drinks in group of 3? He says, "Well, I have 2 brothers, one's in Sydney, one's in Dublin, and I like to make believe we are all drinking together." Well, Pat becomes a regular. As soon as he comes through the door, the bartender sets up 3 shots. One day, Pat comes up to the bar and says, "No, today just 2. The bartender looks and says, "Oh, I'm sorry to hear of your loss." Pat says, "What loss?" He says, "You are only ordering 2 drinks. Did one of your brothers pass away?" He says, "No, it's me. Don't you know I am on the wagon?" Here, the incongruity, what is funny, has to do with the fact that Pat orders and consumes his brother's shots, even though he says he himself has stopped drinking. One of the advantages of the incongruity theories over its rivals is that in most cases in which it appears to be perceived inferiorities which cause comic amusement, there are also perceived incongruities. For example, most racial or ethnic jokes base their comic amusement on an incongruity that is thought to be peculiar to the group alluded to in the joke, and not just on a perceived group superiority. Another interesting issue is whether this type of humor has ethical credentials. Some have argued that humor of this type is only ethical when directed against oppressive social groups, and never against groups relatively vulnerable to the individual or group making the joke. Recently, the Chapel the Closer has sparked one of such debates. If you haven't had a chance to see it, I highly recommend it. To make incongruity theories plausible, however, 2 qualifications are required. On the one hand, there are incongruities that cause anxiety. Aristotle himself has seen this. For him, there could not be true destruction in comedy. For an incongruity to be humorous, it must not cause anxiety. A second remark has to do with the fact that certain incongruities take the form of riddles or intellectual enigmas. When this happens, such incongruities are not funny. Therefore, comedy, where the incongruity is simple and clear, tends to be funny to more people. Humor is ubiquitous in our lives. We spend time and money consuming it, and it is present in almost every aspect of our lives, family, work, and public life. In the political arena, humor has been used to address sensitive issues, but primarily to criticize governments and political leaders. In Greco-Roman antiquity, humor played the role of ridiculing unpopular policies. During the French Revolution, it was a key weapon to discredit the monarchy. In the 19th century, political cartoons flourished, and Thomas Nast used them both to expose corrupt politicians and to support the urgent social reforms of the time. Thus, it is not frivolous that humoristic phenomena in the political sphere prompt us to ask about its nature and function. Because its features, political humor seems particularly akin to the conception that emerged from the superiority theories. These theories focus our attention on the question of the moral and social acceptability of comedy. Those who advocate superiority theories often view humor with suspicion, even revulsion. Under these conceptions of what is laughed at and the attitudes of those who laugh, humorous phenomena can be disruptive and often reprehensible and must be contained and controlled. The following example seems to illustrate an element of derision associated with the finding fault with other people, but mockery also strikes a chord at times. A worldwide survey was conducted by the UN. The only question asked was, would you please give your honest opinion about solutions to the food shortage in the rest of the world? The survey was a huge failure. In Africa, they didn't know what food meant. In Eastern Europe, they didn't know what honest meant. In Western Europe, they didn't know what shortage meant. In China, they didn't know what opinion meant. In the Middle East, they didn't know what solution meant. In South America, they didn't know what please meant. And in the US, they didn't know what the rest of the world meant. The laughable elements of this joke seem to allude to problems or defects typically associated with regions of our planet in their current political and economical disposition. But finding these elements funny can also be understood as a form of abuse. Roger Scruton, the English philosopher and conservative, saw humor as a device for the devaluation of the object of laughter in the eyes of the subject. Some jokes about politics also illustrate how humor can be directed at those who are victims of self-deception, those who believe they are better than they are. At gunpoint, a robber tells a guy on the street, "This is a robbery, give me all your money." Instead of panicking, the man replies, "You don't know who you are messing with. I am a very influential politician." The robber looks at him and says, "In that case, give me all my money." This funny episode illustrates how a politician, displaying a certain dignity and influence associated with his office, is ridiculed by a thief who seems to act retributively. As a political thinker, Plato considered that such laughter can hardly have a place in a well-ordered society, for it undermines the basis for cooperation and tolerance. Moreover, it nullifies rational self-control. However, according to superiority theories, political humor can also have a positive impact on society and its members. Among his various loose observations on laughter, Descartes emphasized the characteristic disdain of conceiving humor from superiority. He was aware that it could have pernicious effects if laughter was produced with malice, but he found it a versatile device for reproving vicious behavior through ridicule when employed in moderation. Similarly, Henri Bergson saw laughter as a social corrective. He conceived it as an essential social phenomenon whose natural environment is society. Its proper function responds to the demands of a gregarious life. Since no one wants to be laughed at, it prevents individuals from distancing themselves from what is social considered normal, proper, or decent. Despite their virtues, few but visible, superiority theories face important challenges and limitations. First, it seems that a perceived superiority is not a necessary condition for comic amusement. That is, not everything that is funny to us has to do with our self-perception, whether fair or distorted. Second, it seems that recognition of our superiority is not a sufficient condition for comic amusement. As Francis Hutchinson memorably pointed out, we realize that we are superior to oysters and do not laugh at them. Third, we can and usually do laugh at comic characters superiors to ourselves. Comic amusement can arise from vicious and often pleasurable schadenfreude. Finally, and most relevantly, often the source of comic amusement is not related with issues of superiority and inferiority. Thus, humor has been used to define political concepts, to establish a position or make a point, to create bonds and relieve tensions without resorting to physical or military confrontation. Humor can also serve to mask oppression. Moreover, linguistic jokes, phonetic in particular, are very difficult to explain under the umbrella of superiority theories. Moreover, superiority theories face a central weakness. Although they provide a generic and reason underlying many humorous exemplars, they do not provide a mechanism of humor. They do not account for the nature of humor, and thus they do not provide an explanation of why we laugh. Relief theories try to account for the value we place on humor, why we consume it, and why it is so important in our lives. But they tell us little about the mechanisms that generate relief or why comic amusement causes relief in the first place. As Kant recognized in the Critique of Judgment, laughing promotes vital bodily processes by moving the bowels and diaphragm, producing a pleasurable sense of health. As Spencer will later recognize, according to relief theories, laughter can be a beneficial force more broadly, producing balance in an organism by allowing it to release an excess of energy. Emulating the catharsis induced by tragedy, laughter can foster a certain kind of relaxation by making manifest the basis of our worries is absurd. Such is the case here. While two friends are chatting, one asks the other, "How are you doing with the current crisis?" The other replies, "I sleep like a baby." To his friend's disbelief, he clarifies, "I wake up every 3 hours crying." Although these jokes allude to a precarious economic situation that many of us have experienced, the sudden effect of the ending produces relief. This would seem to support the initial appeal and immense popularity of relief theories. However, these approaches could hardly account for logical humor, simple puns, and grammatical traps. Besides, not all humorous exemplars include sexual or aggressive tension, Freud. Um, thinking that comic amusement lies in incongruities rather than in superiority or relief illuminates another interesting fact. Rather than a celebration of our superiority, comic amusement may be due to humility, that is, to the recognition of our limitations. The following example is illustrative. A somewhat heavy man goes into a pizza parlor and orders a pie. The man behind the counter says, "Do you want it cut into 8 slices or 4? He thinks for a second and says, "Well, 4, I'm on a diet." In this case, the visible incongruity reveals the limitations of the heuristics available to us to act daily. Although 4 is less than 8, in this case, the heuristic does not work in a standard way, which leads to incongruity. Let's remember for a moment a good joke, one that made you laugh uncontrollably, one that cracked you in half and left you with a pleasant ache in your head and or stomach. Laughing is clearly something pleasant. Our organisms reward us. The evolutionary history of our species make it clear that we are compensated, and as when we feed ourselves or have sex. The truth is that the roots of the evolutionary history of humor are not clear. Why does our body reward us chemically when we laugh? And it is not clear what humor is. Why do we find something funny and other things not so funny or not funny at all? Both questions are related. From a biological perspective, asking about the function of something can mean two different things. In the first sense, it can mean its etiology, its causal history. Thus, to speak of the biological function of something is equivalent to giving an account of why natural selection led that element to proliferate in a population. In other words, the function of something is identified with the effect of the element by virtue of which natural selection favored it. In a second sense, functional attributions are usually made when we try to understand how a complex system or process works. Thus, when we ask ourselves about the function of humor in the first sense, we seek to answer the question of why humor was favored by natural selection in our species, and surely in others, as Darwin himself detected. When he asked ourselves about the function of humor, in the second sense, we ask ourselves how its elements operate. We thus ask ourselves about the mechanisms of humor. We could say that in the first case, we wonder about its function in a narrower sense, and in the second case, about its nature. Instead of focusing on the emotional features of laughter, its causes according to superiority theories, or its effects according to relief theories, incongruity theories shift the focus to a cognitive perspective. They deal with humorous mechanisms. Moreover, they offer the theoretical advantage of approaching the phenomena pragmatically. They allow us to understand why we use humor for specific purposes. What generates humor results, according to incongruity theories, results from confronting our initial cognitive expectations with the perception of another real interpretation that is activated in the context in which we encounter it. This can be illustrated with the following example. A candidate in the middle of a campaign brings toys to children in a public hospital. The hospital director blames him. You bring them toys and the children haven't eaten for 2 days. The politician angrily looks at the children and says, "Oh no, if they don't eat, they get no toys." One would expect a candidate in a campaign to be able to identify the needs of the population he intends to govern in order to meet them. As the hospital director notes, that has not happened in this case. More than toys, the children require food. The initial expectation in this situation would be that the candidate would recognize and correct his mistake. Instead, however, he scolds the children for not eating, thus not only leaving their most basic needs unattended, but also denying them even the alleged good he intended to offer. What this incongruity explodes is the frequent association of the role of politicians towards citizens with that of parents towards their children. They have a duty to care for them, but also to reprimand. However, as the joke illustrates, the simple heuristic we employ through this analogy does not always work.
Mario, si podemos ir cerrando.
Ya voy cerrando. Thus, incongruity theories, besides shedding light on the mechanisms of humor, its nature, can also illuminate the role it plays and make it proliferate in our society, its function. Humor allows us to detect flaws in our rational functioning, making it of vital importance for our social and cognitive well-being. By relying on this mechanism, political humor seeks to detect and cleanse incongruities in the kinds of situations and projects that characterize our ways of reasoning and developing in society. The Greeks thought that the difference between the comic and the tragic was in distance. I don't know whether to laugh or cry is an expression that nowadays refers to the social discomfort we feel in the face of government, public servant, and institutions' missteps. But what is the similarity between laughing and crying? Incongruity theories seem to suggest an answer. Both reactions occur when our cognitive expectations are not realized. On the one hand, we find an outcome hilarious because it does not conform to our initial cognitive expectations. Things take an unexpected and surprising turn, which we find funny. On the other hand, we find a situation regrettable when we recognize that things are not as they should be. In some way or in some aspect, the world is worse than we would like it to be. From this perspective, it is understandable that we sometimes confuse the two reactions. What we cognitively expect does not happen. Once we reflect on the functions of humor, incongruity theories offer some reasons to prefer laughter. Humor is a social balm and an irreplaceable critical instrument of public life. It exhibits the failures of the system and at the same time allow us to take distance. If humor has allowed us to progress cognitively, perhaps it can make us progress socially. Perhaps we should laugh more and cry less. And conclusions. However, it's important to remember that these options crystallized in popular wisdom are not mutually exclusive. We can cry out laughing, nor are laughing and crying exhaustive options. No matter how vital its role in our societies, humor is not always going to save us. From the point of view of the politicians and governments, humor can be used to define political concepts, disarm critics, make a point, relieve tension, and to provide a substitute for adversariality or confrontation. However, political humor, when used by professional politicians, can serve to normalize situations that should be changed. From the point of view of the citizenry, humor directed against governments and leaders can serve to expose chauvinism, ineptitude, oppression, and pretentiousness. Nonetheless, even when subversive, humor is a rather passive form of participation, not a substitute for other forms of political actions. It alone cannot abolish the oppression and misery that afflict our societies. Sometimes we must act. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mario. Now we have a space for some questions from the audience. Yes, Angelique?
For your presentation, but it's not a question, more like Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't have any question, more some comments about what you said about the incongruity theories. First of all, historical remark, you refer to contemporary theories of this point of view, but actually we can find the origin of these theories in some Scottish rhetoricians and philosophers, in modern philosophy. We can find it in Campbell, in Thomas Reid, in Hutcheson. So it's quite an old and ancient theory, because it's brought by these Scots philosophers, and they observed that when great things are compared to little things, or when very strong passions are raised by objects that are not adapted in their nature to raise such passions in such a degree, then it produces a kind of feeling of ridicule. So the perception of a disproportion, the perception of an incongruity provokes a kind of feeling. And we can even say, do you hear me? Okay for you?
I listen poorly. There's a way that I can listen better, or via chat. There is a lot of echo.
Okay. Did you hear what I said, or should I repeat?
I listened everything very poorly. If I understood your comment, is an historical comment of the origins of the incongruity theories?
Yeah, yeah. And what I wanted to add is more like a conceptual comment. You say that incongruity theories shift the focus to a cognitive perspective.
Okay.
Instead of focusing on the emotional features of laughter.
Of course.
And what I wanted to point out is that these two perspectives are not exclusive. It's a very common thing in philosophy to separate the emotion on one side and cognitive things, judgments on the other side. But as I will show in my paper later, we can recognize the existence of some cognitive emotions, and maybe our reaction when we laugh is a kind of cognitive emotion. That's all I need to say.
Okay.
That's in the two perspectives are not they're not necessarily separate.
Yeah, I'm agree. There are no opposition between a cognitive perspective and an emotional perspective, not from an historical point of view. Incongruity theories nowadays has a cognitive theory of emotions. Comic amusement is emotion that is provoked by good humor, but good humor is caused by perceived incongruities. And perceived incongruities, we perceive incongruities by violation in the most actual theories, relevance theory, for example. We perceive incongruities because our interlocutor, the person we are talking to, the person making the joke, violates the maximum of relevance. The inference we make trying to understand the content of what the person is telling to us, the inference we make to understand what he's saying is collapsed by another thing. For example, if I'm in a classroom and I tell to one student, there is a lot of hot here. It's very hot here, and that student stands up and open the windows and the door because I tell him it's very hot here. He inferred that I said that he opens the doors and windows, but I can tell you then, I can tell him then, why are you doing that? What I want is not to open the windows and door, but I want a cool beer. And if a student, and if that student laughed at my comment, it's funny because I collapsed its inference about the thing I said. Emotion, that emotion, comic amusement, is produced by a cognitive feature, and we can understand also emotions as a cognitive devices too. From an historical point of view, I don't know very well the history of incongruity theories.
There is room for just one brief question and very brief answer as well. David?
Thank you for the very interesting and fun presentation also. Question, the way you presented it, I don't know if it's what you want to say, or the way you presented it, ST, RT, IT are mutually exclusive. They are different, they have clear definition. And I don't, well, it doesn't seem to be the case. A lot of examples you give could be interpreted through the three theories. And so do you think they are as clearly defined, opposed, and more that they can't be combined? Because, well, as you said it clearly, one is rather dealing with the cause, one with the result, and one with the process. So you have a complete theory if you mix them all rather than oppose them. So can you combine the three theory in one theory rather than opposing them?
What things I said are mutually exclusive?
Yes.
Maybe I can repeat them.
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks.
Basically, well, the question is if the three theories are mutually exclusive, or could they be combined in some cases?
I said the three theories and more theories, because there are not the only three ones, could be combined, obviously. But the point I made is that incongruity theories points out the nature and function of humor, and superiority theories and relief theories don't. But there are, I think of that theories like models that modulate some aspects of the humorous phenomenon. But incongruity theories respond why natural selection favored humor, and it responds to the mechanisms of humor, why something causes comic amusement, the motion of comic amusement.
All right, thanks a lot, Mario.
Thanks.
I will. No, it's not this one.
Yeah,
I know. Because we should change. This Eduardo. No, this one. So what should I do? Which one?
Just 1 second.
This one?
Yeah.
No, not this one. So it's
Either the
four branches. The branches.
okay, thank you.
If you want that, I can set it up.
I think we have to combine these theories.
Well, so our second speaker today is Angelique Dever. So thank you very much, Angelique, for coming to Mexico. Please.
Thank you very much for your invitation in your very nice university. At the beginning of the 18th century, when the English philosopher Shaftesbury introduced ridicule as a way of discrediting some discourses, he put much stress on its ethical power. For him, ridicule corresponds to a rhetorical tool that helps restoring common sense in the audience. That is to say, the natural sense of the common interest. A few decades later, the Scot Thomas Reid took ridicule as having a cognitive power. For him, it alerts us when our philosophical doctrines flout the common sense beliefs we naturally take for granted in our thoughts and actions. In the following, I show how far these ethical and cognitive powers are the expression of a normative power. For Shaftesbury and Reid, ridicule regulates and rules out some attitudes and doctrines in a non-violent way. As a consequence, they do not take ridicule and laughter as possible objects for censorship. They rather consider the censoring effect of laughter. Likewise, I will not speak about laughter and its censorship, but about the censorship of laughter, trying to clarify to what extent laughter can exert a ban on our opinions and behavior. Shaftesbury and Reid were both confident of the censoring power of laughter. They were aware of its limits too. Indeed, we cannot use ridicule left and right. If so, there must be experts in ridicule, understood not as people who are highly ridiculous, but as people who are able to highlight the ridicule of an opinion or attitude. But is it possible that, on the one hand, some are more talented than others for ridicule, if, on the other hand, ridicule is a way of promoting common judgment and affection, which are necessary conditions to any communication? Does it imply that there are experts in common sense after all? My talk will focus on the circular relationship between ridicule and common sense. First of all, let us clarify the way Shaftesbury and Reid define ridicule. They take it as a way to regulate discourses that endanger common sense. In the letter concerning enthusiasm, Shaftesbury emphasizes the dissuasive power of ridicule. In 1708, It constituted a response to a specific historical context, the false prophet's affair. When French Protestants emigrated to London, many claimed to be inspired by God. The question was then to know whether their convulsions and screams were a real manifestation of the divine within them, whether they were reliable signs of a genuine enthusiasm, of that good spirit of prophecy, according to Shaftesbury's words. How can we distinguish a true inspiration from an illusory one? For if there are pathological forms of enthusiasm, there's also a good stock of visionary spirit originally in human nature. The problem is that this good enthusiasm degenerates if it is fueled with bad humor, like spleen or melancholy. In this case, even if enthusiasm cannot be eradicated, its impure form must be diverted. As we must find a way of pouring an overflow of liquids, so we must find a way of discharging the excess of bad humor. For Shaftesbury, there are certain humors in mankind which of necessity must have vent. Trying to contain them by a repressive measure would be as absurd as trying to prevent the discharge of bodily ferments. In the same way, this mental eruption, which is enthusiasm, must not be stifled. Otherwise, the cure would be worse than the disease. Shaftesbury is aware of the martyr effect, this socio-cultural mechanism according to which repression and persecution only serve to strengthen an opinion. That is why he recommends the magistrate to have a gentler hand and instead of caustics, incisions, and amputations to use softest bombs and endeavor by cheerful ways to divert and heal the passion of the people. More precisely, against splenetic humors, we must use raillery, that is to say, good humor. When Shaftesbury defines ridicule as the way of wit or good humor, he plays with the meaning of the word humor. In ancient medicine, humor designates a substance or fluid that contributes to the balance of the organism. By extension, it produces a kind of temper, a cheerful disposition, and a kind of speech. Therefore, humor designates the rhetorical effect of a cheerful temper due to the right quantity of humor. Ridicule is humoral in nature. Like the disease it is supposed to cure. As such, it can counterbalance the black humor that is melancholy. It's a way of leeching a passion. Shaftesbury describes it as an innocent or lenitive remedy that opposes to enthusiasm a sweet and informal censure. What is more, the enthusiasts must be wittily ridiculed, which means that ridicule is not akin to a rude and bawdy raillery or to a scurrilous buffoonery. Ridicule can be a corrective to enthusiasm only if it combines wit with humor. While wit prevents ridicule from degenerating into licentious mockery, good humor prevents wit from turning into a scathing criticism. Ridicule corresponds to a middle ground. It's a sober raillery. In Sensus Communis, an essay on the freedom of wit and humor, Shaftesbury notes that ridicule operates as a filter. It purges opinions that do not withstand the light of ridicule. I quote, "For that which can be shown only in a certain light is questionable. Truth, it's supposed, may bear all lights, and one of those principal lights or natural mediums by which things are to be viewed in order to a thorough recognition is ridicule itself, or that manner of proof by which we discern whatever is liable to just raillery in any subject. Ridicule is a discourse that brings to light the motives and passions that nourish an opinion. For if some people are guided by the sole law of truth, others are driven by the desire to be impressive. When the test of ridicule reveals that the speaker sticks to a belief for motives that are not related to its truth, it brings discredit upon the speaker and the belief. The latter cannot be considered as a genuine belief anymore. That is to say, as a judgment held to be true. It appears in a bare light as a mere dogma. So in fleshing out speeches that reek of dogmatism, ridicule uncovers an imposture. And as Shaftesbury notes, gravity is of the very essence of imposture. The magisterial voice and high strain of the pedagogue commands reverence and awe. It's of admirable use to keep understandings at a distance and out of reach. Grimace and tone are mighty helps to imposture. Ridicule is a revealing test. If someone is reluctant to submit his discourse to its light, he betrays the fact that social passions like the love of prestige prevail over epistemic considerations. This is what happens with sermons in pulpit or academic lectures. A formal speech and a solemn tone act like barricades that cut off any attempt to question the relevance of the speech. When ridicule applies to such a discourse, it reveals its real temper. It removes its pompous and pedantic style and deflates its gravity. Being thus laid bare, the imposture is unmasked. On the contrary, when true and sincere opinions are put to the test of ridicule, they stand the proof. Since beliefs are held for epistemic reasons, their truth is solid and just. That's why the believer does not avoid the light of ridicule. His readiness to accept the mockery is a proof of his virtuous epistemic character. In the end, we see that the appeal to ridicule, far from endangering morality, promotes honesty and discourages pretentious discourses. Ridicule cleans up the communication and removes obstacles to a free conversation. That's why Shaftesbury takes it as the right hand of common sense. Common sense corresponds to that sort of civility which rises from a just sense of the common rights of mankind. Being endowed with this social tact, men adjust their discourses with deference to others. But sometimes this natural sense of society needs to be awakened. Ridicule precisely aims at debunking false gravity, and in doing so, at strengthening the sense of the common interest. Far from excluding those who are ridiculed, it aims at reintroducing them in a community of equal speakers. Since ridicule is necessary to the well-being of the community, Shaftesbury refuses to restrain this free censure on the pretext that it could fall into an untimely mockery. According to him, auto-regulation will do its work. Practice will progressively set the bounds of politeness so that a misplaced humor will soon lose its credit. I quote, "For wit is its own remedy. Liberty and commerce bring it to its true standards. The only danger is delaying an embargo. Wit will mend upon our hands and humor will refine itself if we take care not to tamper with it and bring it under constraints by severe usage and rigorous prescriptions. All politeness is owing to liberty. We polish one another and rub off our corners and rough sides by a sort of amicable collision. To restrain this is a destroying of civility, good breeding, and even charity itself under pretense of maintaining it. Indeed, censorship would encourage bitter satires and outrageous mockery. So we must not be afraid that the liberty of ridicule may run too far. On the contrary, the remedy lies in this very liberty. Justness of thought and style, refinement in manners, good breeding and politeness of every kind can come only from the trial and experience of what is best. Let but the search go freely on, and the right measure of everything will soon be found. The ridicule, if ill-placed at first, will certainly fall at last where it deserves." Shaftesbury optimistically thinks that the more exchanges progress, the more our rough edges are smoothed out and communication becomes fluid and well-balanced. Put another way, the freedom of wit and humor progressively fixes the norm of good taste and politeness. In the sixth part of his essays on the intellectual powers of man, published in 1785, Reed quotes many passages from Shaftesbury's essay on the freedom of wit and humor, and he defends the idea according to which humor may be at the service of common sense. But for Reed, ridicule has a much larger scale role than a moral edification purpose. It's a logical tool that aims at distinguishing the province of good sense from pure nonsense. Reed presents it as a kind of logical flair, thanks to which we perceive that a statement or behavior is absurd, that is to say, not only false, but nonsensical. This perception is a genuine rational means of refuting absurd opinions, I quote. To discountenance absurdity, nature has given us a particular emotion, to wit, that of ridicule, which seems intended for this very purpose of putting out of countenance what is absurd, either in opinion or practice. This weapon, when properly applied, cuts with as keen an edge as argument. Like a radar, the emotion of ridicule detects the absurdity of a statement, that is to say, the fact that it contradicts first principles of common sense. First principles correspond to a set of beliefs that are naturally taken for granted by sound minds, like the beliefs that material objects exist and that people have minds. They limit the logical space within which any thought, speech, and action is possible. Let us specify the modus operandi of the emotion of ridicule. It spontaneously ensues from the perception of an oddity. We perceive that a practice is absurd, and as a result, we have a feeling of weirdness or incongruity. Something strikes us as out of place. This is what happens when we meet a man who claims not to trust his consciousness. As Reid says, every man, while his mind is sound, is determined by the constitution of his nature to laugh at such a man. The feeling aroused by the perception is expressed in laughter. Laughter is the way common sense rebels when it's faced with something absurd. The emotion of ridicule is natural. It does not need to be cultivated by education. On this matter, I quote, "The learned and the unlearned, the philosopher and the day laborer are upon a level." In other words, the emotion of ridicule is the most widely shared thing in the world. Moreover, it's a cognitive emotion. Like other kinds of perception, it's informed by a judgment. For Reid, as we know many facts about the world thanks to our external senses, so we gain knowledge in morals and aesthetic by our moral sense and our sense of beauty. While we perceive the goodness of a conduct, the beauty of a face, a judgment is implied, though it's not necessarily expressed. This judgment is a determination of the understanding with regard to what is true and false. It states that there exists some quality in what is perceived. It works the same way for the perception of an absurdity. Still, we must distinguish the perception we get by our external senses from the perception we get by our moral sense, our sense of beauty, and our sense of ridicule. In the former case, the sensation gives rise to the judgment. The judgment seems to be the consequence of the sensation and to be regulated by it. But in the latter case, it's the judgment that gives rise to a feeling. In other words, the sensation is the consequence of the judgment. It accompanies or follows the judgment as if it were its effect. For instance, sympathy is the effect of my approbation of someone else's conduct. The emotion of ridicule operates in a similar way. When I perceive that an opinion is absurd, I make a judgment, and this judgment arouses a specific feeling called ridicule. This feeling is regulated by the judgment. So the emotion of ridicule is a judgment about something absurd that strikes and produces some feeling. More precisely, it resolves itself into laughter. For sure, Reid admits that mere laughing is no argument, since it may be employed for error as well as truth. As laughter is a cognitive emotion that is founded upon judgment, it may be correct or incorrect, depending on whether the judgment is right or wrong. Laughter is instructive only if it is not wrong directed, but guided by a true judgment. On the whole, Reid defends a realist and cognitivist conception of laughter and ridicule. Laughter is the sensory translation of a judgment about the logical unsoundness of an opinion. As such, it has a normative role.
It works as a compass that indicates what is absolute nonsense. In philosophy, its debunking effect operates like a ban. Laughter has a real metaphilosophical role in flashing discourses that lie outside the bounds of common sense. It helps securing the province of intelligibility. However, how is laughter to be regulated? Shrewsbury may well be confident that ridicule will progressively become more polished. One may suspect that he's too optimistic and naive on this point. What are we to do in the meanwhile? Should we say that no holds barred? Moreover, even if Reed thinks that anyone can perceive what is absurd when it is laid open, it does not imply that absurdity is always easily detected. Sometimes people do not laugh at what deserves to be laughed at. Actually, it appears that far from being a means of promoting common sense, the use of ridicule presupposes that very common sense. Let us examine this circular relationship between ridicule and common sense. Even though Shrewsbury defends the freedom of ridicule, he keeps circumscribing the framework within which ridicule can be freely used. First of all, he distinguishes between a refined laughter and a coarse laughter. The distinction is explicit in his Aschemata. I quote, "How happy would it be, therefore, to exchange this vulgar, sordid, profuse, horrid laughter for that more reserved, gentle kind, which hardly is to be called laughter, or which at least is of another species. How happy to exchange this mischievous, insulting, petulant species for that benign, courteous, and kind, this rustic, barbarous, inane, for that civil, polite, humane, the noisy, boisterous, turbulent, loud, for the still, peaceful, serene, mild." Likewise, in his Pathologia, an essay on Horace, Shrewsbury distinguishes between mirth, hilaritas, and mockery, jocositas. That is to say, between a moderate and controllable laughter and an immoderate, uncontrollable, loud laughter. To his view, laughter must be constrained by good manners and the laws of decency. Moreover, the use of ridicule requires that we take into consideration the quality of the audience. We must pay close attention to the knowledge of the audience, men's likings, their capacity to be attentive, and the nature of the assembly. When we have to do with a mixed and miscellaneous assembly, we cannot expect that people have a sense of the common. Shrewsbury describes these public assemblies as less refined. He calls them by indeterminate nouns like the vulgar or the multitude. Now, when we deal with an assembly in which people do not have any fellow feeling, we must not use ridicule. For as the gathering is not founded on any acquaintance, people do not know the intentions of the speaker. As a consequence, the use of ridicule could be misunderstood. That's why Shrewsbury explains that he is writing in defense only of the liberty of the club and of that sort of freedom which is taken among gentlemen and friends who know one another perfectly well. The public is not on any account to be laughed at to its face or so reprehended for its follies as to make it think itself contempt. And what is contrary to good breeding is in this respect as contrary to liberty. In mixed company and places, using ridicule would constitute a breach of the harmony of public conversation. Yet, things are different in a private society, in clubs, where friends meet knowingly and with that very design of exercising their wit and looking freely into all subjects. There's no reason why people should be offended at the way of raillery. Shrewsbury notes that in this select company, we find only those who have a thorough good breeding. We may add that we also find only people of the same upper class. It seems that ridicule is not a democratic rhetorical tool, but that it should be used by gentlemen for gentlemen. If so, civility is ultimately a prerequisite for ridicule. It's not so much that ridicule is the medium through which we develop politeness. It's rather that it must be used within the limits of politeness. It's only if we're polite from the beginning that we can keep speech for a limited audience and regulate style or language by the standard of good company. In other words, ridicule is not a mere way of developing the human sense of the common. Its use requires this very common sense. Moral and cultural refinement is both its finality and its framework. Finally, it appears that Xavier was very careful to delimit the conditions of use of ridicule. In his soliloquy, he went so far as to consider that when it threatens the public good, we are allowed to silence the troublemaker by the method of impeachment. The freedom of wit and humor is effective only if they're sober and honest. If we blatantly defy the norms of politeness, the law must curb this misplaced humor. As Xavier says, if men are vicious, petulant, or abusive, the magistrate may correct them. Actually, men must learn to make the difference between seeking how to raise a laugh from everything and seeking in everything what justly may be laughed at. In other words, they must learn how to laugh. Knowing how to ridicule consists in knowing well how to laugh, when to laugh, and with whom to laugh. Reed, too, is aware that ridicule is not a ready-to-use tool. As he notes in his papers on rhetoric and the fine arts, ridicule sometimes may, but requires delicate management and great restraint. It's an edged tool that is not to be used without great caution and prudence. It requires great judgment and good sense to know when it's proper and in what degree and manner it may be used. Which comes to saying that knowing how to use ridicule, when and with whom, is not within the reach of everybody. As a matter of fact, even though the emotion of ridicule is a natural emotion that immediately arises when we perceive something absurd, its activation may require an expertise. It may well be an almost animal reaction to absurdity. The capacity to make someone perceive an absurdity requires a kind of talent, a refined sense of ridicule. Indeed, the emotion of ridicule sometimes needs to be encouraged. For we may face doctrines that are clothed with so much formality and gravity that their absurdity is covered. That is the case for the skeptical system, according to Reed. The common sense philosopher must then make the absurd explicit, so that the emotion of ridicule naturally operates. He has to unfold the consequences of the skeptical doctrine, so that its devastating effect on common sense is brought to light. I quote, "Those who deny first principles may be often ridiculed in a fair way by displaying the consequences of their opinions and the conduct in life which they naturally lead to. The skeptical system opens a large field for wit, humor, and ridicule. Another strategy consists in making a description of the skeptic that shows that though the skeptic challenges the principles of common sense, he still relies on them. For instance, Hume asserted that there are only ideas and impressions, neither material objects nor spirits. Yet Reed notes that Hume believed against his principles that he should be read and that he should retain his personal identity till he reached the honor and reputation justly due to its ingenuity. In doing so, Reed underlines Hume's performative contradiction. His skeptical doctrine stifles the slightest social principle, but its publication is a clear affirmation of communication, therefore of common sense. The perception of this inconsistency between the opinion and the practice makes the reader laugh. Though the skeptic laughs at the credulity of his readers, who still believe that there are material objects and spirits, he is himself laughable. In common sense philosophy, He who laughs last laughs longest. Nevertheless, the activation of the emotion of ridicule may be compromised by obstacles that lie in the minds of the audience. There are prejudices, strong passions, and deep habits that are obstructive. I quote, "It must be acknowledged that the emotion of ridicule, even when most natural, may be stifled by an emotion of a contrary nature and cannot operate till that is removed. Thus, if the notion of sanctity is annexed to an object, it's no longer a laughable matter, and this visor must be pulled off before it appears ridiculous. Hence, we see that notions which appear most ridiculous to all who consider them coolly and indifferently have no such appearance to those who never thought of them but under the impression of religious awe and dread." The emotion of ridicule needs a favorable psychological ground to be awakened. In the end, Reid seems rather pessimistic about the cognitive power of ridicule. Only minds that are not in the grip of biases can be responsive to ridicule. About satirists who have from nature a happier talent for ridicule than others, Reid notes that they can put an absurdity out of countenance only when there's not some religious panic or very powerful prejudice to blind the understanding. Therefore, the requirement of a sound mind is inescapable, as much for the speaker as for the audience. That's why Reid has no illusions concerning the efficacy of ridicule when it targets a thorough and consistent skeptic. Contrary to the semi-skeptics, who still believe the existence of their impressions and ideas, an absolute skeptic does not believe the existence of anything. For Reid, such a skeptic is a madman. That's why he should be abandoned to himself or clapped into a madhouse. Gravely answering him would be ridiculous and useless. Not giving him a word is a much more coherent and effective strategy, since silence acts as a natural censorship. In brief, someone who is deprived of common sense is a lost cause. It's as if his absurdity detector, the emotion of ridicule, were jammed. To conclude, I've shown that Reid and Shrewsbury stumble over a circularity problem. For both of them, ridicule must be used within the bounds of common sense, be it construed as civility or good judgment, which means that humor and laughter may be a good alternative to censorship, but only if they're polite. And they may be a good alternative to demonstration, but only if they're intended for sound minds. In other words, humor and laughter can reinforce common sense only if they stem from common sense and are addressed to people who are not deprived of common sense. Thank you.
Time for questions. Thank you very much. Very interesting. You, in one of your last slides, you finally mentioned what I was thinking about with Reid, which is Lucian.
Yes.
And I wanted to know if you could say more about that, because everything that you were describing, as far as I can tell, is sort of a commentary on Lucian. And not, this is separate from the humor tradition that we've been talking about in antiquity. It's not Cicero, it's not Quintilian. But he's looking at Lucian and then Voltaire and Swift, which come from Lucian.
Okay.
Does he say more, or is this the only?
No, he only mentions Lucian in his papers on rhetoric and in his essays on the intellectual powers of man. But and I was ignoring that his theory was much influenced by Lucian, so I should have a look on the text.
Yes, Lucian is ridiculing the philosophers.
Yeah.
And the hypocrisy between what they say and what they do. And so in the Reformation, Erasmus applies Lucian to the Protestants and the Catholics and the different denominations. And
okay.
I think
it makes sense,
yes.
Because Reid is always ridiculizing. How do you say?
Ridiculing
modern philosophers who are struck in a wrong theory. He calls the theory of ideas. And if you stick to this theory of ideas, the thing that you can perceive material objects only with these intermediate ideas in your mind, then it's quite a logical consequence that you fall into skepticism. So he presents himself like a kind of heroic philosopher who takes his distance with his predecessors. So it makes sense. Yeah. Thank you for this comment. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Angelique, for this. So I was just wondering about this expression used by Williams. I'm not sure whether it's probably used the same expression, but the emotion of being.
Yes. This is the Reed's expression.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's a very strange expression because no one nowadays, I think, would say that, let's say, amusement, which is something similar to ridicule here.
Yeah.
Is an emotion. How would we say that?
An emotion, it's like, it's what I was trying to explain when I when I made the clarification about the relationship between the feeling and the judgment. To speak of an emotion is like to speak today, nowadays, of a sentiment. When you use the word sentiment, there is, in French, I mean, when you say my sentiment is, it's a way to say my opinion on this subject is. There is a judgment that is implied. And for Reed, to speak of an emotion is like to speak of a sentiment, that is to say of a feeling that is that derives from a judgment. Yeah.
Right, but I mean, contemporary analytic philosophy, people make a very strong distinction between the feeling and the emotion. Because,
yeah. So ridicule is not a mere feeling. I haven't said that. No, it's not a mere feeling. It's an emotion. And you can find some developments in contemporary philosophy. For instance, in a French philosopher, Roger Puivet, uses this category of cognitive emotion and ridicule. Sorry?
Okay. Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
No, because usually we say that, well, of course, emotion implies a judgment.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
But also an emotion, in contrast, in distinction to a feeling, is supposed to help you to make some action, to do something. And that's the reason why, well, if I think of Aristotle now, some people say, oh, it's not clear that pity is really what we call an emotion and not really a feeling, because when you have pity, when you feel pity, when you have the emotion of pity, well, you are not supposed to do something. In contradistinction to compassion, so there is a distinction between compassion and pity, because when you are compassionate or when you feel compassion, then you want
to help.
Yeah. Not in the case of pity.
Yeah, that's right. And
but in the case of amusement or ridicule, would you say that it's an emotion in the sense that you would like, or you would have the desire to do something? That's something.
Yeah. Okay. No, it's not. The common sense philosopher tries to provoke in his readers the emotion of ridicule. That is to say, to make them understand that what modern philosophers say about perception, memory, and intellectual faculties are rubbish. And he wants to make their eyes open. So it's a way of trying to have an effect on the reader and on the people who are in the grip of some biases, prejudices, and yeah. But it's interesting what you say about pity, because I didn't have time to mention it, but I say that the the emotion of ridicule resolves itself in laughter, it works only when the perceived incoherence is just momentary. But if the perceived incoherence perceived very long, like for a thorough and consistent skeptic, then it provokes contempt and pity. Reed is quite clear about it, yes.
I was just wondering if this story
Yes.
say something about childhood and humor, because
About what?
Childhood
Childhood. Okay, yes.
and humor, like laughter, because I'm seeing that this type of laughter and humor is really polite and elegant, quite like it's a cognitive emotion,
Yeah.
really intellectual.
Yeah.
But that
Yes.
childs are
Children. Yeah.
they are always laughing at things and making ridicule, but not like nonsense, right?
Yeah.
So I was really for that. That or
Yeah, I've not read all Shrewsbury's texts. It's quite huge, and so I can't say if he mentions humor in children in one of other texts, but it's clear, as a matter of fact, what I was speaking about is not a kind of humor that concerns children. It presupposes a kind of civility, a kind of sensitivity to human relationship, and so but I presume he would say that to arrive at such a polished humor, you must start somewhere. So children's humor is a place to start. Yeah. But yeah, I think we should elaborate on it a bit more. Yeah.
Thank you, Yoli. Just a very quick question. Lost in some part of your presentation, and if you could help me hear myself that ridicule must not be centered by the state because it is not necessary, or because it is undesirable to censor.
For Shrewsbury, you mean?
Yeah.
I think both answers work because it's undesirable, because otherwise it would have worse consequences. If you censor ridicule, then those who are ridiculed will respond in a more aggressive way. So you must not do that, and it's not necessary as well, because ridicule will refine itself by practice, by experiencing the effect on one another. So I think it's not the one or the other for Shrewsbury. Yeah. Okay.
Just to ask really quickly, thinking about how that ridiculing is sort in between Joe and the Reese in terms of politeness and a reputation against somebody. How can we make sure that the way we are trying to ridiculize is not going to be rude by using sarcasm or irony?
It's not going to be rude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How can we make sure about it?
Yeah.
I think that have the need to use some rhetorical forms and metaphors, especially the sarcasm and irony.
Yeah.
And how can we avoid being rude at the moment to argumentate something?
Yeah. I'm not a complete and simple answer for it. It's quite you're like on a, I don't know how to say in English, but you have to find something well balanced. So as I said, it's with practice, with experience that you can see the effect of your humor. And there's no recipe. I mean, Shasbury never defines rules, or never specifies that we should use such metaphors instead of other ones. It's really the use that will inform you about the effect of your speech. Yeah.
Types of the reasons at the end.
Types of
The reasons, sneers, bullets.
They raise.
I didn't get the.
O sea, en vez de hacer solo un chiste, y hay que dar el punto de la voz.
You can't avoid that instead of making a joke, you would be a little bit rude.
Yeah, it's a risk. Yeah, it's a risk to pay. Yes. Yeah.
So, very briefly, please, I have time to.
I wanted to know if this workshop in Greek theory has some influence in Marco, because it sounds like the Quintilian virtue, there's, which I don't know how to say it in English, it's about like controlling the way you laugh, and when you laugh and where you laugh.
Yeah. Not in Reed, not in Thomas Reed, but in Shasbury, yes, he refers to Aristotle and much more to the Stoics as well. I mentioned his work as schemata. Schemata is really influenced by Stoics doctrines, and but he mentions Aristotle as well. Yes, yeah.
May I do something?
Yeah.
I think that the problem here is that there is something similar with the taste, with the problem of taste, relation with common sense and laughter, because one would need, as Nancy was asking for, to make the jokes in order to learn how to make the jokes, and when you should laugh and when you don't need to laugh. But it seems that it's sort of practicing.
Yes. Yeah.
So that's the reason.
Yeah.
For was saying that you should learn, and while you are learning, as when you are learning good taste or good manners, there will be some times that you make a very offensive or very bad jokes.
Yeah. That's why I made the parallel with the sense of ridicule and the sense of beauty.
So it's very difficult, very paradoxical, because you need to learn.
Yes.
So the question you were, but you brought there laughter as a way of reinforcing common sense, or common sense as a way of knowing how to laugh. So it seems that at the beginning you need to learn how to use it, and that becomes part of the common sense. And when you develop a good common sense, that you know what jokes are convenient or how to ridicule someone.
And for Reed, common sense is not a fixed set of judgments. It's like a seed that is implanted in your minds, and it develops gradually. So
Thank you very much. We have sort of lunch break now. It's very early for us that we will have a late, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock.
Voy a hacer implacable.
Vas a implacar extendiéndome. Vas a implacar extendiéndome. Cambió un poco el título, entonces es eso.
Okay, let's continue. Okay, let's continue with our next section. We have Professor Eduardo Chacnel. He's of course a faculty member here in Universidad Panamericana. So he's going to present us on being a good spirit human being, a Kantian account. Thank you, Chacnel.
Thanks a lot. Thank you for having me at this conference. And well, from my title, one could perhaps wonder why we should speak about Kant and humor. Is this really a topic? Is this really something worth mentioning? Actually, David Lévystone asked me twice whether this was feasible at all. Really, like Kant and humor, really is this actually something worth speaking about? And well, Kant has traditionally been characterized as a serious and rigorous figure who would have left little room in his thought and philosophy for typically human feelings and emotions. In particular, from the perspective of his moral philosophy, such a notion as the categorical imperative would seem to drive out entirely, as the German poet Friedrich Schiller once put it, all the graces of the human spirit. And well, this kind of image or this kind of prejudice has had a long life, and in the current debates and in current philosophy, this has somehow reappeared in many ways, and notably, Susan Wolf has articulated this view in a famous article of hers entitled Moral Saints. And well, what is Wolf's thesis? Basically, she says that the idea of perfect sanctity or morality is unappealing. She understands that such an excess of morality would make life extremely rigid, monotonous, and boring. For example, one could not watch certain movies, listen to certain music, or entertain oneself with certain jokes because one would run the constant risk of compromising one's sanctity. And here, a quotation of her: "For there comes a point in the listing of virtues that a moral saint is likely to have, where one might naturally begin to wonder whether the moral saint isn't, after all, too good. If not too good for his own good, at least too good for his own well-being. For the moral virtues, given that they are by hypothesis all present in the same individual and to an extreme degree, are apt to crowd out the non-moral virtues, as well as many of the interests and personal characteristics that we generally think contribute to a healthy, well-rounded, richly developed character." And well, if the moral saint is constantly engaging with these activities, we can suppose that he is not reading Victorian novels, that he is not playing the oboe or improving his backhand. Although no one of the interests or tastes in the category containing these latter activities could be claimed to be a necessary element in a life well lived, a life in which none of these possible aspects of character are developed may seem to be a life strangely barren. And well, this topic of a life that could be in a way empty or deprived of something important, this applies also to humor and laughter in a way, because in order to appreciate this kind of humor, she says that it is necessary to have a cynical or sarcastic wit that appreciate this kind of wit in others. This requires that one takes an attitude of resignation and pessimism toward the flaws and vices to be found in the world. A moral saint, on the other hand, has reason to take an attitude in opposition to this. He should try to look for the best in people, give them the benefit of the doubt as long as possible, try to improve regrettable situations as long as there is any hope of success. This suggests that although a moral saint might well enjoy a good episode of Father Knows Best, I don't know, this seems to be a light kind of comedy. I'm not particularly acquainted with it. Perhaps Chabelo for Mexican standards would be something equivalent. He may not in good conscience be able to laugh at the Marx Brothers movie or enjoy a play by George Bernard Shaw. Well, these are references that we will have to think of something contemporary, of something more spicy and more sarcastic and more ironic in a way. And well, here we have some evidence that she applies or unfolds this discussion also with regard to Kant, though the Kantian saint may differ from the utilitarian saint as to which actions he's bound to perform and which he's bound to refrain from performing, I suspect that the range of activities acceptable to the Kantian saint will remain objectionably restricted. And well, the point of my talk is not to elucidate Kant's notion of humor. Rather, what I intend to show basically is that there is some room for humor and laughter in a moral life according to Kantian standards. And that will be the thesis I'm basically aiming at defending. But well, we have to cope with some bad press and some passages that seem to compromise this image. For instance, in the Metaphysics of Morals, Kant expresses a very harsh judgment against mocking others. Wanton fault-finding and mockery, the propensity to expose others to laughter, to make their faults the immediate object of one's amusement, is a kind of malice. It is altogether different from banter, from the familiarity among friends in which one makes fun of their peculiarities that only seem to be faults but are really marks of their pluck, in sometimes departing from the rule of fashion, for this is not the reason. But holding up to ridicule a person's real faults or supposed faults as if they were real, in order to deprive him of the respect he deserves and the propensity to do this, a mania for caustic mockery, spiritus causticus, has something of fiendish joy in it. And this makes it an even more serious violation of one's duty of respect for other human beings. Although the above passage is severe against mocking other people, in reality already opens a certain door to consider that not all types of laughter or humor are reprehensible. Fortunately, there are several sources in Kant's work that build on this point of view and allow us to articulate a much more favorable perspective of the role that humor should play in our lives. But well, what is laughter for Kant? Just a commentary on this. There is a book that was published like 2 or 3 years ago, to which Pierre called my attention, book called Kant's Comical Writings. And well, the author of this book, Robert Cluis, defends the thesis that Kant has a theory of incongruence, like a incongruence theory, although it's not like a pure theory, as someone asked in the morning, I guess, David asked this, like it has mixed elements and it's a combination of also a theory of superiority and a theory of release. And well, we'll see that in a bit, but while trying to elucidate what laughter and humor is for Kant, here we have some evidence in his critique of judgment, in which he contrasts the fine arts and the agreeable arts. And the latter are those whose purpose is merely enjoyment. They include the art of providing all those charms that can gratify a party at table, such as telling stories entertainingly, animating the group to open and lively conversation, or using jest and laughter to induce a certain cheerful tone among them, a tone such that, as he said, there may be a lot of loose talk over the feast, and no one wants to be held responsible for what he says, because the whole point is the entertainment of the moment, not any material for future meditation or quotation. This passage is important because I think it discloses a thesis that Kant is entertaining, namely that at a dinner party or some sort of colloquium, there is the possibility that we have some sort of covenant or tacit agreement that whatever we'll say, it's to be meant, or it's to be taken as a joke, and insofar nobody will be harmed or nobody would have hard feelings in this regard. And well, here we have this kind of definition of laughter that, as I said, is some sort of incongruence theory. Laughter is an effect that arises if a tense expectation is transformed into nothing. This same transformation certainly does not gladden the understanding, but indirectly it still gladdens us in a very lively way for a moment. So the cause of this must consist both in the influence that the presentation has on the body and the body's reciprocal effect on the mind. So it has physiological and mental elements to it, and it is some sort of combination, and I kind of relate this to Angelique's point of some sort of cognitive emotions where a mixed kind of set of elements ensues and takes place. So it is also kind of an equilibrium of vital forces in the body. And here we have a further elaboration on this view that laughter is always a switch. First, my nerves are led to a certain prospect. The mind now tries to follow a rational course. If now a switch from the prospect once ensues, and before it realizes what is happening, the mind is on the other side. Then it bursts into laughter. Repercussion therefore produces laughter. Completely absurd things do not produce laughter, but it must first have a semblance of truth, and then one must be thrown back from that. It's kind of regrettable that Kant does not discuss further what exactly the absurd is, but at least from the interest of my talk, it is clear that he dismisses it from a moral point of view, and the kind of laughter and humor he approves of would leave the absurd aside. And well, to have some entertainment, let's have a bit of Kantian humor. Here we have two jokes that Kant presents in the Critique of Judgment. Luis Xavier called my attention to another joke that appears there, but I kind of find these two more appealing. I'll read them. Suppose someone tells us this story. An Indian at an Englishman's tables in Surat saw a bottle of Ali being opened, and all the beer turned to froth, rushing out. The Indian, by repeated exclamations, showed his great amazement. Well, what's so amazing in that? Asked the Englishman. Oh, but I'm not amazed that it's coming out, replied the Indian, but at how you managed to get it all in. This makes us laugh, and it gives us hearty pleasure. This is not because, say, we think we are smarter than this ignorant man, nor are we laughing at anything else here that is to our liking and that we notice through our understanding. It is rather, so here he dismisses the superiority thesis. It is rather that we had a tense expectation that suddenly vanished or transformed into nothing. Or suppose that the heir of a rich relative wants to arrange for him a very solemn funeral service, but complains that the things are not quite working out. For he says, the more money I give my mourners to look grieved, the more cheerful they look. So, well, yes, this is a bad outcome if you're preparing a funeral. It's very nice, as Borat will put it. He approves of this. And, well, here we have, I mean, this is the whole point, like good-natured laughing, not malicious laughing combined with bitterness. This is, on the other hand, more popular and more fruitful, namely the kind of laughter that someone should have recommended to the Persian king, who offered a prize to anyone who would invent a new pleasure. And well, I'm not going to read the whole passage, but if you read the end of it, you see also that he has in mind this physiological effect of the release. Like, this is important. It also comes in hand with his view on laughter, but I guess that Cluis is right, and the incongruence point is the most substantive one. So yes, he elaborates in several passages here in the Anthropology from a pragmatic point of view, that good-natured, open-hearted laughter is sociable. He always pays a lot of attention to the sociality of laughter. We'll see even that he condemns that you laugh when you're on your own. Like, he says, what's the point of doing something like that? Insofar as it belongs to the affect of cheerfulness. Malicious, sneering laughter is hostile. The distracted person often gives rise to the first type of laughter. He's laughed at, but still not ridiculed. And I guess this is some kind of point that, I mean, he does not explicitly articulate this, but if you can imagine a situation in which you would laugh at somebody else for the same reason, then there's some kind of universality test, some sort of the imperatival categorical of laughter, that if we have universalized this and see that in another scenario we could admit laughter in this regard, then we could somehow cope with this kind of humor. And here there are many things that are reprehensible. There exists also malicious laughter, even if it also seems to prove very little. For example, if one goes down the street and at all once falls in the mud, then for many people laughter arises over this. True, one objects that one would not laugh if one should see that harm resulted thereby, which one also concedes. Nevertheless, ringing laughter about a difficulty another person has suffered, even if not about an ill. For example, if someone has finished writing a page and instead of the blotter, the inkwell falls on it, such laughter displeases and annoys the other, although he does not indeed display that he is offended by it, since he will then be made fun even more, yet it still annoys him. So we also have this kind of pragmatic recommendations, and I mean, in the context of the anthropology, where the moral tone is not as strict and rigorous, like he depicts many scenarios and common situations of everyday life in which we should be kind of attentive and, yes, paying attention to some salient characteristics of, yes, some events. So this is reprehensible laughter. This is things we should not indulge in. And here we have different pieces of advice regarding laughter. Absurdities must not underlie the laughter, but rather something reasonable. Witticism only arouses mice. A practical joke or April Fool's joke are not suited to make everyone laugh, for often they are harmful to the others. Glutting is laughing about another person's troubles. When one person teases another person and he answers back with teasing, it is amusing. So this is also important. You have to give some sort of margin for the other person to have a comeback. Like if you totally crush the other people and destroy him, that would be terrible, morally speaking. But if you allow for the comeback and there's this reciprocity going on, then this kind of playful move is allowed. And yes, and this is also a point, you have to be very attentive and one must be cautious and first see whether the person is in the right mood. Like you have to have this kind of salient, like you have to be able to detect if the other person is going to be able to embrace or cope with a joke. And also here at the end of this quotation, we see that this is always embedded in a social context. Laughter is a social mental movement, for when others laugh, one laughs with them, often without knowing the reason. Laughing when alone is not allowed. One asks or wonders why. I mean, sometimes I laugh on my own, and I don't think I'm not that bad at people, that bad a person, but maybe I'm in Kant's eyes. Maybe we can discuss that in the conversation. Many melodies are relieved through laughter. Grinning is kind of laughing in order to please others. Derisive laughter is when one smiles without ridiculing meaning. And this, I mean, this does not relate to my main point or anything, but I just found this too funny not to present it because of Heidegger, who appears here. Like there was a Swiss guy in Heidegger's time, no, sorry, in Kant's times called Heidegger, and he tells a joke about Heidegger. And I think this is an excellent piece of involuntary humor. Accordingly, Heidegger, a Swiss man who gave oratorios in London, that is, performed music in public, was a very ugly man, and in a social gathering, he said in jest that surely no man could be found in London who was uglier than he was. Another man bet him on this and brought forward an old drunk woman, to everyone's immediate laughter. But Heidegger did not yet concede defeat, but rather said, we want to switch. Let her take my wig and let me take her corset. Heidegger looked like a witch, but she looked like a quite handsome male. I mean, Heidegger would not be very appreciative of this kind of joke, I guess. But well, what's the point of all this? Well, first, he claims that the moral person must be able to be cheerful and joyful. Like this completely goes against this view we have about Kant. Like he even says that a good-spirited human being is one person who is cheerful. This is the ever cheerful heart, according to the idea of the virtuous Epicurus. Like he praises Epicurus in this regard, which I find quite interesting. For who should have more reason for being of a cheerful spirit and not even finding it a duty to put himself in a cheerful frame of mind and make it habitual than one who is aware of no intentional transgression in himself and is secured against falling into any. On the other hand, monkish ascetics, we know Kantians who hold these attitudes. We're not going to mention them, but this would be the bad frame of mind according to Kant. Like we should not have a monkish ascetics, which from superstitious fear or hypocritically loathing of oneself goes to a work with self-torture and mortification of the flesh. It's not directed to virtue, but rather to fantastically purging oneself of sin by imposing punishments on oneself. So yes, you somehow, I mean, I still have to figure out the details of this, but if you are really pursuing a moral idea, if you're really pursuing a moral kind of life, you have to engage with situations that will give vibe and vitality to your life and will make you in a way cheerful. And otherwise, I guess you'll be seriously tempted to transgress duty. So I guess this is a very important piece of evidence. And well, I think this is unknown Kant, an unknown Kant for the majority. This Kant of the anthropology from a pragmatic point of view, in which he says very crazy stuff, namely that a dinner table could be considered the highest moral physical good. Like people who are acquainted, for instance, with the second critique will remember the theory of the summum bonum, of the highest good, according to which there must be some sort of proportionality between virtue and happiness. And since that cannot be guaranteed in this world, we have to suppose that God will be a perfect judge in a future existence so that we get rewarded or punished in case we deserve it. But the theory of the highest good reappears in Kant's writings in many forms, in many contexts. And he says that a presentation of the highest good could be a dinner party. And a dinner party in which, well, I'll just read a quotation. The good living that seems to harmonize best with true humanity is a good meal in good company, just as the one we were having a few minutes ago. And if possible, also alternating company. Chesterfield says that the company must number fewer than the graces or more than the muses. So the ideal number of a Kantian party is between 3 and 9 people. When I manage a dinner party composed of nothing but men of taste, aesthetically united, insofar as they intend not merely to have a meal in common, but to enjoy once another company, this is why their number cannot amount to many more than the number of graces. This little dinner party must have the purpose not only of physical satisfaction, which each guest can have by himself alone, but also social enjoyment, for which physical enjoyment must seem to be only the vehicle. That number is just enough to keep the conversation from slackening or the guests from dividing into separate small groups with those sitting next to them. The latter situation is not at all a conversation of taste, which must always bring culture with it, where each always talks with all, not merely with his neighbor. On the other hand, so-called festive entertainments, feasts, and great banquets are altogether tasteless. It goes without saying that in all dinner parties, even one at an inn, whatever is said publicly by an indiscreet table companion to the detriment of someone absent may not be used outside this party and may not be gossiped about. So this is the secret covenant or yes, tacit agreement that underlies a good party. This is the kind of party Kant was thinking about. Actually, this is a painting, a portrait of the 19th century of Kant, in which, well, they depict this aspect of his life that is not very well known, that he was a great conversationalist, that everybody wanted to gather at his table and discuss news and all sorts of events. And we see that there are cheerful people there, and well, the tone must have been very amicable. So this is the kind of party Kant would have approved, not this one, which is more savage. And well, here in this description, in this depiction of the dinner party, jesting and laughter will have a very important place. At a full table where the number of courses is intended only to keep the guests together for a long time, the conversation usually goes through 3 stages: narration, arguing, and jesting. The first stage concerns the news of the day, first domestic then foreign, that has flown in from personal letters and newspapers. When this first appetite has been satisfied, the party becomes even livelier. For in subtle reasoning, it is difficult to avoid diversity of judgment over one and the same object that has been brought up. And since no one exactly has the lowest opinion of judgment, a dispute arises which stirs up the appetite for food and drink and also makes the appetite wholesome in proportion to the liveliness of this dispute and the participation in it. But because arguing is always a kind of work and exertion of one's powers, it eventually becomes tiresome as a result of engaging in it while eating rather copiously. Thus, the conversation sinks naturally to the mere play of wit. And so the meal ends with laughter, which, if it is loud and good-natured, something like that, has actually been determined by nature to have the stomach and the digestive process through the movement of the diaphragm and intestines, thus promoting physical well-being. Meanwhile, the participants in the feast believe, one wonders how much, that they have found culture of the spirit in one of nature's purposes. So having deal is one of the highest things you can have with friends in the Kantian point of view. So some concluding remarks. Certainly, Kant harshly criticized different types of humor and social interaction where other human beings become objects of scorn. Such behavior is not compatible with the demands of reason in moral matters. However, his criticism in this regard does not lead him to nullify or discredit all kinds of humor or joyfulness. As we have seen, Kant considers that the convenient set of mind for a moral actor predisposes him to a certain cheerfulness, which is beneficial for his character in general. Further, Kant texts show him to be a keen observer and connoisseur of different literary and dramatic genres, as well as different social practices. His texts are full of references to the role of laughter and humor in human existence. In this sense, Kant seems to recognize the undeniable role that humor plays in social life. Many forms of humor promote a kind of conviviality and contentment that can only be applauded. Other forms, on the contrary, directly or indirectly, are liable to hurt others or even to degrade ourselves. However, far from suggesting a cancellation of humor even in the face of this danger, Kant exhorts us to develop a certain sensitivity and a certain capacity of judgment to detect that kind of faults. The reason for this seems to me to lie in the fact that humor and laughter are such essential components of human life that to cut them off would imply annulling a dimension of our shared reality that is extremely valuable. Thus, not only morality is compatible with humor, but being truly moral in the Kantian point of view would require to develop this unique human talent. And this is no joke. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for
Maybe we'll leave that.
for such an interest and the graphical presentation. So we have time for questions. I don't know if anybody wants to start. Professor.
Well, thank you so much for the very entertaining review of.
Sorry. Sorry, Pierre.
So thanks for this entertaining review of all the most important texts written by Kant on laughter and humor. I just wanted to get back to the Indian joke. I was quite surprised, but in the good sense of the term, that everyone here laughed at that joke. But you know, in the literature of humor nowadays, that joke is quite often quoted, but usually the comment is, well, there is nothing laughable there. There is nothing funny because it's a racist joke. Again, it's made against the Indian guy, right? But I think we were right in laughing, actually, because it's not a racist joke. Actually, Kant says that explicitly, right? We are not laughing at the Indian because we would be supposed to be so superior to him because we as Germans or when the British guy would be supposed to be superior. So that's not why it stays for laughter, but just the fact is that it's something absurd. When you're wondering why so this secret cannot get back to the inquiry.
Yes. Actually, yes. I didn't know that the joke was brought up in that context of discussion. I will certainly be interested to read more about this literature. But yes, I guess Kant explicitly wants to have this kind of interpretation or reading of this joke in which we focus on the incongruity, and we could exchange perhaps the people. I mean, it's not about perhaps the Indian is I think he refers to the Indian because they probably will be acquainted with beer, and that's the main reason why.
The Mexican convention guy, I mean.
Well, Belgian perhaps will be more questionable, but Mexican at some point, yes.
Can you go to the last slide? Because you claim two things. No, first one is that humor and laughter are compatible with Kant's moral point of view. But then you have a stronger conclusion at the end. No? Not only morality is compatible with him, but being truly moral in the Kantian point of view would require to develop this unique human talent. And I'm not quite sure that you have proved that. See, I agree with the first conclusion, but not with the second one. Because I think that what I read in quotations of Kant that you provide us is that perhaps Kant would have said that life without humor would not be as good as a life with humor. But the good there is not a moral good. It's not that a life without humor would be morally lacking something. Probably would be lacking some other things, but not something moral. So then what would you respond to this?
Well, yes, I was thinking about this. Like, of course, these are quotations, and I then have to prove this in a paper. So, what evidence can I bring to back up this claim? And I was thinking about the passage in the groundwork of the Metaphysics of Morals, where he says that pursuing happiness is not a duty in a general circumstance because everybody strives for happiness. However, like, if you think that gloominess and sadness could some sort of prevent you from being a good agent, then it's a duty for you to try to have a better mood, because exposing yourself by constantly being in a depressive mood could lead very easily to some sort of transgression. So that's some sort of hint I have to think that, well, maybe the depressive guy at some point it would be good for him to read some Lawrence Stern, to read some Jonathan Swift, thinking about Kant's own comedic figures he has in mind, satirical figures. Like, of course, it's very hard to think this is a strong moral duty, but he does say something that we should strive for having a good temper, because we have to somehow reach out to all the talents that nature has provided us in order to fulfill our duties. So it is some sort of an indirect way, but I think that's the kind of way I would try to pursue this thought.
Okay.
But yes, thanks for the remark. I'll try to prove this more strongly.
Yeah.
Michael?
I have a follow-up question to what you were just saying, and I don't know anything about Kant, so you can tell me anything, but hopefully it's true. Does Kant think, the way with the passages you give us, it looks like he's describing laughter as a duty to the self. But does he see it as a social duty to other people? In this, you're emphasizing the social context. So if we're at a dinner party and someone tells a joke, does Kant think it's my duty to laugh? Or does he not talk about this kind of thing?
Well, I was kind of surprised that the references to laughter not only in the published anthropology from a pragmatic point of view, but in his lectures on anthropology, the references are so copious and so vast that he probably does mention something about it. But I take a hint also from one of the passages I quoted, in which he says that laughter is very contagious. So perhaps one of the participants at the dinner table would not be as witty, but since you're in the mood, laughing comes about very, very easily. So you don't have to make that big of an effort to try to, I don't know, please the guy who told this or that joke. Yes, that would be the only thing that comes up to my mind, but I have also to, I'm not, although I'm a Kant scholar, I'm not a scholar yet on the topic of laughter. I'm moving my way into that direction, but yes, that will be an interesting point of view to pursue also.
I think I want to press you a little further on the first question, because it seems like, although I greatly enjoyed the talk, and there is far more jokes in the talk than in the entirety of Kant's.
The scholar Robert Cluis identified 12 jokes. I only presented 3, but there are 9 more that could be also of interest.
But it seems that that everything you said about why he's okay with humor and why it's good is all just, it's in your interest. And so how can that have anything to do with morality or be any requirement of morality whatsoever?
Yes, I mean, of course, Kant presents also these scenarios in which even under very difficult circumstances, you have to comply with your duty, no matter what. It's like, well, as everybody knows, like a categorical imperative to do so. However, we can also, as I mentioned, try to make the best of what nature has provided us. And one of these tools is humor, laughter. So the guy who has a good spirit will be less tempted into a transgression against duty. So by indirectly cultivating this side of his character, he would, I mean, he would not become a moral saint, but he would back up his intention to become one in a way. So it's kind of a backup to this general purpose or end he's or she is striving for.
Got it. I think that's the part that you need to develop more, is to show how it's necessary somehow to actualize these natural tendencies in order to preserve duty or something. Because otherwise everything just seems like it's an issue of interest, my happiness, and the shocking Epicurean quotes and all of that. And that's all just old-fashioned ancient philosophy sort of considerations that he really treats with contempt when he's talking about Kantian morality.
Yes, that's indeed very surprising, because in the Critique of Practical Reason, he says, well, I'm following a path distinct from Epicurus and from the Stoics. Like, mine is a new path in a way, but yes, this sudden quotation on Epicurus or some reference kind of shows that he perhaps changed a bit his mind, or that he was more favorably inclined towards Epicurus.
Well, we're on time, so let's give Professor Fernanda a round of applause.
Thanks. I will drop the mic, but that will be kind of rude.
Let's get to the next session with Professor Fernanda.
¿El tiempo o quieres que te avise antes?
Sí, no sé si allá están proyectando la...
Ya estamos. Okay, well, we will begin our next talk, and it's Professor Mauricio Lefon. You all are well acquainted with. So, what's up, Pony Maestro?
The legal limits of humor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone, and I am really grateful to participate in this conference. First of all, I need to make a couple of disclaimers. The most obvious is that I'm clearly out of my element here. I'm a long way out of medieval philosophy. So this is purely an exploratory work. Like I'm just basically putting forward some ideas, trying to knit them together. So bear that in mind. I'm not willing to die on the heel of any of my claims here, but just trying to test some ideas. Second disclaimer is that in the original program, the title was a little bit misleading. The limits of what I wanted to talk about are the legal limits. I want to stress that my main focus will be on the legal boundaries or how to legally regulate humor. I'm not interested or concerned with the moral limits, with the political limit, with the social limits, cultural limits. I want to talk about how humorous speech, how humorous jokes fall into legal regulation. And the second misleading cue in the title was that it said something like beyond the free speech, and that's fairly inaccurate. More or less it would be within the free speech, but I just eliminated that quote. More importantly, I want to warn you all that I may be using some profanity or possible offensive language during the presentation due to the kind of jokes I will be referring to, or I may be referring to. I'm not sure if I will. So I apologize in advance to my students, colleagues, and especially to my bosses. Please know that all the cursing is for academic reasons, María-Elena. It's just so. What brought my attention to the topic of the legal limits of humor was this literature, this scholar literature on, especially there's a professor in Göttingen, Alberto Godioli, who's focused mainly on the forensic studies of humor, or in other words, how humor is legally regulated. Some cases of humor in which comedians have gotten in trouble with the law. And the most important, or the most famous one, is Lenny Bruce. In the 1960s, Lenny Bruce was the groundbreaking and controversial comedian because he used humor to transgress societal taboos and conventions by addressing sensitive subjects such as sex, race, and politics. He faced several trials for obscenity charges during his career. In total, the prosecution of Lenny Bruce involved at least 8 obscenity arrests and entailed 6 trials in 4 cities. Every time, Bruce refused to acquiesce to the charges against him and instead chose to represent himself in court, arguing for his right to free speech. Ultimately, Bruce was convicted and faced a range of legal challenges that followed him until his untimely death in 1966. Lenny Bruce was the most popular and influential comedian in America during his time, probably, and his legacy is still alive because he has turned into some sort of kind of martyr of humor. Personally, I think that his style of comedy is a little bit outdated, and it's even hard to understand what is all the fuss about his jokes. For instance, in his autobiography, he claims that the first time he was arrested in San Francisco, it was for using the 10-letter word, namely homosexual. So it's a kind of weird trying to figure out what was why did he got into that much trouble. So in spite of he may not elicit many laughs today, his story still strikes a chord because it highlights the difficulties of regulating humor in a liberal society. To be honest, there are not many cases of comedians facing legal trouble. It's not as if there is a worldwide persecution against funny people. There are enough cases, however, to make of this thing something worthy of revising. Some of the most renowned or prominent cases are the famous FCC Business Pacifica Foundation, in which also called the 7 Dirty Words case, in which George Carlin aired a monologue in radio, stating the words that were not allowed to say in public radio, including peace, shit, tits, among others. And it was the US Supreme Court ruled in favor of FCC for regulating content in public airwaves. Another famous case is the one of Guidon Mbalambala, which he was condemned for hateful speech in France and later in the European Court of Human Rights, because airing a comedy show in which he mocked Holocaust and invited some famous negationists of Holocaust, and he was condemned to 2 years of prison. I'm not sure if he really spent at that time. Another American famous case is the famous case of Hustler magazine versus Falwell, in which Falwell was an evangelist that was depicted as a drunk and I think it's a pedophile or incestuous guy. He demanded Larry Flint, the owner or editor of Hustler magazine. The Supreme Court ruled in favor of Hustler magazine instead of Falwell. And some more recent cases were the Ward versus Quebec, in which Mike Ward was a comedian that made fun of a disabled singer. He initially was ruled as guilty for the reason and for a hateful speech. Later, the Supreme Court, I guess, ruled in favor of Mike Ward, saying that he was just mocking of the public figure of the singer and not another person. And we also have the case of Charlie Hebdo versus the Union of French Islamic Organizations, in which the UOIF sued Charlie Hebdo for publicly abusing a group of people because of their religion. The case went to trial, but the court ultimately ruled in favor of Charlie Hebdo. Those are some of the most renowned cases. Again, it's not that there are a lot, but there are enough to make it interesting. What I will claim, basically, will try to put forward is this thing that argue that the way we regulate humor, we legally regulate humor, it doesn't matter if it's in which legal system, it has quite some important philosophical problems. The main problem boiling down to the human difficulties to grasp intent, and thus providing objective proof of intent in a court. Accordingly, or in order to tackle these difficulties, I suggest that we should try to tone down the way we assess humor legally, and bring it in line to the way we deal with some other artistic expressions. Because although art is also regulated by libel, defamation, hateful speech, harmful speech, obscenity, profanity, it seems that there are fewer artists in court than comedians. I'm not on my own trying to put this argument forward. I'm following vaguely some cues, some of literary approaches to the theory of humor, some of basically are informal logic for legal argumentation, especially Douglas Walton and most prominently Stephen Toulmin's model. So I'm just following some general cues, but it is hardly something rooted in some author or tradition. So first, some conceptual remarks. I'm understanding humor as a form of communication. I know humor is a quite troublesome concept. It can also mean some cognitive experience that leads to the feeling of amusement and eventually laughter. It can also mean or refer to some mental and emotional capacities, like when we talk about a sense of humor. In this case, I will be meaning mainly like a form of communication, some sort of speech act. Also, I will be using almost interchangeably humor and comedy. More or less in the modern theory of humor, humor is regarded as a broader term than comedy. Comedy is regarded as some sort of gender of humor, more structured kind of humorous speech. And humor also contemplates some other things that beyond speech, like dispositions, like mental capacities, and so on. And finally, I will be referring to humorous expression in the broadest sense of the term, just to grab or to include either its verbal humorous communications or non-verbal humorous communications, like cartoons, memes, or something like that. And all of that humorous content or expressions I will be referring to by the name of joke, because typically joke is a basic unit of humor, the humorous speech par excellence. And so I will use interchangeably joke, humorous expression, humorous speech. Having said that, though, here are some of the claims I want to defend. Humor is a form of communication, as I've said. Intent is constitutive of humor. Humor is multifunctional, but it has only one purpose. That is a typo. That is to say, humor main intent is to make laugh. Humor falls under legal regulation in the form of cases relating to the protection or restriction of free speech. So let's start by the second thing that is maybe the most troublesome or challenging, that intent is constitutive of humor. Basically, what I'm trying to claim here is that funniness is essential to humorous speech. It's not something incidental, it's not a feature that humor may or may not have. Funniness or the intent to be funny is something constitutive of humorous speech or expressions. Certainly, what means that humor is multifunctional is that what is called that humor may pursue other functions, maybe produce other effects, such as entertain, critique, challenge, bring down taboos, whatever use we want to give to the humorous expressions. Those whole repertoire of effects are called functions, but purpose or intent is mainly of humorous expressions is just to entertain and eventually make laugh. For instance, this is a joke that famous rapper Snoop Dogg gave in 2011 on a roast to Donald Trump. And it says that Donald says he wants to run for president and move on into the White House. Why not? It wouldn't be the first time you push the Black family out of their home. This is a really nice joke for the roast. It's worth noting that Snoop Dogg is no comedian at all. And I bring this up because Snoop's joke, it would be a mistake on our behalf if we take Snoop Dogg's words at face of value in terms of their effect or function and not the intent with which he uttered them. We must acknowledge that he just told his joke for the sole goal of eliciting a feeling of enjoyment in the audience and ultimately make them laugh. The possible effects that may follow the joke are not constitutive of the comedian's action so much that he may produce those effects, namely criticizing, denouncing social injustice without making anyone laugh. Or on the contrary, he may fail to produce those effects despite amusing his audience. For instance, Snoop may have a bomb with his joke and still take his bad pun as a shot to authority, or he might have made someone laugh who hadn't noticed the critical wink. This, I think, reveals that there is no causal relationship between humor and its possible functions, since the latter does not affect the humorous act, nor the success of the former is related to the accomplishment of other functions. What I'm trying to say is Snoop's jokes is funny not because he presumably denounces an injustice, but rather because it produces representations that unexpectedly breaks down. The alleged criticism that is attributed to the joke is not something that we can objectively impute to the comedian, nor the joke. As a consequence, it must be stressed that the intention or purpose to make others laugh, generally speaking, is what is truly constitutive of humor and jokes. A speech act cannot be regarded as a joke unless the humorous intent of the speaker can reasonably be presumed. Conversely, a statement that makes people laugh by no means should be considered a joke when it cannot be presumed that the speaker intended to be funny. So, like this famous line of Ronald Reagan's famous speech on the wall, when he said, "Every man is a Berliner," and he's trying, Ronald Reagan, to express the worldwide solidarity with people of Berlin, but at the same time, he's not trying to imply, that all humans are really downers. As funny as the ambiguity was, Reagan did not tell a joke, nor it should be thought as if he used any kind of humor to encourage and celebrate Berliners. In this sense, humorous speech is like lines. It is constituted by the speaker's intent. In the absence of the intent to be funny, we can hardly regard some speech as humorous. Having said that, what is at stake when humor falls into the legal realm is that if it's a kind of speech that needs to be protected or not. Traditionally, humor was regulated on the basis of obscenity or profanity, as it happened with Lenny Bruce, and there are some other cases in the 20th century in the US Supreme Court and the European Court of Human Rights. However, the charge of obscenity or profanity relies heavily on an aesthetic criteria. It says, Godioli says that based on the human ideology or meta-pragmatic beliefs, judges often impose an aesthetic limit to humor, and that is when it happened to be regarded as obscene or profane. This type of legal approach to regulate the humor has turned naturally more troublesome with time. And it can be attested because the obscenity charges against humorous expressions have declined in the United States and in general in the West since in the last 30 to 40 years. As a matter of fact, the US Supreme Court and the European Court of the Human Rights have ruled that the satire and humor cannot be regulated merely through subjective aesthetic criteria, such as vulgarity or bad taste per se. Because of the subjectivity of the judicial process in these cases, and because some forms of humor necessarily demand a degree of outrageousness and profanity. That is the case, or let me go back here to the Falwell Hostler magazine, because the US Supreme Court ruled in favor of the Hostler magazine because Falwell could not objectively prove that he was damaged or harmed by the mockery or depiction of the magazine. As a consequence, the US and the Europe legal assessment of humor has focused on its harmful or offensive impact rather than its obscenity. Both, there are some important differences between the US way to approach freedom of speech in comparison to the European court. US is usually regarded as having more relation and more inclined to tolerate the different kind of speeches. But all in all, in both cases, it can be recognized an important trend trying to find some more objective criteria to rule humor. And that's why they have incorporated the notion of harmful or offensive speech to the humor, to the regulation of humor. Basically, offensive speech or offense has been regarded as a subjective criterion of perception of a joke, whilst harm or hateful has been regarded as the objective limit for humor. Offense is useless for regulating humor since it has a subjective nature, but more generally, harm or damage has been followed as a go-to criterion. At first sight, the notion of objective damage seems to solve the discretionary power in the regulation of humor, since it introduces the requirement of tangible and measurable damage as evidence for determining whether speech is protected or unprotected. Of course, measuring objective harm or damage is tricky and imperfect in some. In some cases, harm may be more easily quantifiable, such as physical injury or monetary loss. However, in cases involving harm to reputation or emotional distress, it is more difficult to measure the extent of the harm. In such cases, courts rely on expert testimony or opinion or hermeneutical methods. However, as soon as we do that, objectivity begins to dissolve again, and we are going back to the subjectivity arena. As I said, the case of Powell against Hustler shows how this objective criteria works. Hustler was deemed not guilty because Powell could not prove objectively the damage he supposedly suffered and by the fiction. The Hustler court explicitly disavows the inherent subjectiveness of the standard generally applied to legal claim at issue, since intentional infliction of emotional distress. In the court's view, relying on a subjective approach in a case implicating free expression would improperly allow the jurors to impose liability on the basis of their tastes or views. However, perhaps the case of Hustler and Falwell, rather than illustrating the usefulness of objectivity principle in determining whether or not a humorous expression should be protected or not, reveals the impossibility of proving that humor can be objectively harmful. In other words, the objectivity principle makes the burden of the proof heavier for the plaintiff or the claimant. The challenge is not only to present tangible evidence for possible spiritual harm, such as reputational or emotional disturbance, but also to prove that humor caused alleged harm. Paradoxically, the higher degree of objectivity inherent to the notion of harm regresses courts to the sphere of subjectivity and intent. I'll go right away. Of course, jokes can have secondary effects that are completely opposite to its primary intent of being funny. However, as a Hustler and Falwell case reveals, in order to hold a comedian liable for the harm suffered by someone, it is necessary to prove that a joke was uttered, written, or published intentionally, or that it was sufficiently outrageous to cause an emotional harm. Otherwise, how can it be determined that a humorous act is harmful and not merely offensive? How can it be established convincingly that a joke or a pun actually harmed someone, that it was not a subjective perception or a phenomenon caused by other factors? Of course, humorous intent does not prevent someone from being legally accountable for a joke's impact or potential harm, as long as causal connection between both can be objectively proved or suggested. Otherwise, it would be a value of judgment. Thus, from a legal standpoint, the idea of harmful or hateful humor must include intentionality. For without the intention of malice, the humorous expression is causally disassociated from the harm, and the comedian cannot be held liable for it, ideally at least. The problem is that the resources we have to prove malicious intent do not confer the objectivity and conclusiveness that would be desirable in legal argumentation. Unfortunately, testimonies and expert opinions, incidental facts, do not preclude other explanations for the alleged damage. And if the freedom of comedians depends on someone else proving their malicious intent, it would be better to demand that they do so reliably. for what is at stake is not an aggravating or mitigating factor of a proven crime, as occurs in other legal instances in which intent is relevant, but the very fact of having committed a misdemeanor. An additional problem to ascribe malicious intent to comedians is not only that we cannot prove it, but it's the fact that if a speech is regarded as humorous, then it is acknowledged that the main intent or purpose is to entertain and to make people laugh. And when we do so, we sort of diffuse its potential assertiveness, giving up the presumption that the comedian pretends to communicate her thoughts, feelings, or beliefs. In light of this, it would be suspicious to attribute a propositional content to a humorous discourse, not because it lacks of it, but because its humorous presentation impedes to attach any intellectual or moral commitment to the speech. This is why, for example, it's problematic to regulate humor according to the category of libel. For a joke to be defamatory, it would have to comprise a propositional content susceptible of being true or false, since libel is a form of defamation that refers to a false statement that damages a person's reputation or character. But should we take at face value a message that is wrapped in a gender that has stamped all over it fun, don't take it seriously? And in 2016, John Oliver told the following joke about Donald Trump after winning the election. Instead of showing our daughters that they could someday be president, America proved that no grandpa is too racist to be the leader of the free world. It is obvious to everyone that the joke is a dig at Trump. It is obvious to everyone also that John Oliver seems to believe that Trump is a racist. However, as soon as we recognize Oliver's speech as humorous, albeit political, we can see that it is primarily intended to make us laugh. Rather than wanting to declare that Trump is racist, Oliver wants main focus is to entertain and be fun. Certainly, political humor insinuates other messages and functions besides making people laugh, but that does not allow us to ascribe with full certainty that those interpretations are the speaker's beliefs. Jokes, I want to say, are not windows into the comedian's mind because their humorous packaging warns us against taking them as convictions. If Tucker Carlson had told the same joke, it would still be fun, but we would not be able to ascribe it as a belief. Or can we? Could we regard as Tucker Carlson as having a change of heart? What if he's just following a persona or we're following a persona on Fox News? In any case, no matter how overt the underlying message of a joke may seem, it should not be ascribed to the comedian as a belief, feeling, or desire. Admittedly, this can be somewhat counterintuitive in some cases like this one. But hey, even if we're all convinced that Clark Kent wears red undies, that doesn't allow us to state definitively that he's Superman. The very idea of offensive humor involves presuming that a harmful intent is hidden within the humorous intent of speech. Then, to judge the possible malicious intent of a joke is to assess the existence of a second order, so to speak, intent hiding under the humorous facade. The problem is that, legally speaking, we can only prove that there is a horse, but not its guards. So, what happens here is, I think, as I reconstruct, is that when we have a humorous speech, when we have a joke, like P recognizes as having an intention. It can be either a joke or not. If we laugh at this, we regard that the comedian doesn't want to assert P, nor any other proposition that falls out from P. And I know this operators are not used very cleanly. But hey, we attribute that there is a humorous intention on the line. Instead, if we feel offended by the joke, we are assessing like the comedian tries to assert P or any other message that we find offensive or harmful. So we disregard the humorous intent and we instead pose an offensive intent on it. So just to wrap it up. And going back to Lenny Bruce, in 1964, a group of prominent figures, including Woody Allen, Liz Taylor, Bob Dylan, Paul Newman, all signed a petition in favor of Lenny Bruce, and they claimed that Lenny Bruce is a popular and controversial performer in the field of social satire in the tradition of Sweet, Rabelais, and Twain. This may seem like an exaggeration or an overstatement. However, Liz Taylor hit the nail. We should regard legally the humor expressions as art, as an artistic speech. Why? Because let me see. Instead, what happens in art is art happens something really similar to what happens with humor. Intent constitutes artistic speech. Like aesthetic, the aesthetic intent is what makes something artistic. Art can also have an alternative interpretation, namely multiple functions. Art can also be harmful or hateful. And art has a looser list than humor, legally speaking. There are several cases of potentially harmful or hateful art expressions, like this photograph under Serrano called the Peace Priest that prospects sink in a jar of pee. Dana Schultz, a controversial painting which depicts a black girl after being murdered. This famous novel, like the Turner Diaries, in which is the story of a white supremacist that it was regarded as a promotion of Nazism. Or you can pick your favorite reggaeton song or rap song. I just chose DMX's song in which he raps about raping a 15-year girl in the living room in front of his dad. However, none of them face the backlash of Lenny Bruce or anyone like that. At the end of the day, it doesn't mean that we should change or eliminate or abandon the legal categories of libel, hateful speech, or something like that, but just we have to tone down our way in which we try to deploy them or apply them to humorous speech. I don't know how does that work or how can it be pulled out, but in any case, it's interesting that, as I said, that it seems like a humorous expression, humorous speech has gotten the worst part of the judges in comparison with other similar kind of speeches in which intent is contributive and are also potentially harmful or offensive. So basically, that's what the experiment I was trying to put forward. I will gladly hear your opinions, and thank you all.
Very provocative. So we have some minutes for reactions.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for it too. Well, I really enjoyed your talk and especially your conclusion. Even if of course a little bit provocative, right?
Yeah.
But actually, someone like Aristotle would have said something like that. It really depends on the context, whether a joke is offensive or not. And the context meaning also, of course, who is the audience actually? So, of course, you can, if you tell a joke, an anti-Semitic joke in front of Nazis, well, that's of course morally problematic, to say the least, right? And then the joke may be considered as a bad joke in that very context. But of course, telling the exact same joke, just between Jewish people, then of course the joke might be a good joke if the joke is good. And I think it's something similar that you want to say.
Yeah, my intent was not to ruffle some feathers, but I'm not trying to claim that humor mustn't be regulated or humor can't be offensive or can't be harmful. As a matter of fact, it is harmful. It's obvious. What I'm trying to stress out is that in the legal arena, we should ask for better reasons to deem it as offensive. If we're willing to pay the price of restricting freedom of speech, like in the legal arena, we should not be importing moral considerations as a main reason to sanction someone or not. It should be because judges should not be should not be critics of humor, should not be deeming if something is funny or not, should be judging if it is harmful for a group, as an individual, or for society in general.
Yeah, no, but I completely agree with that. So to get back to your example of Balabana, so court actually today, right?
Yeah.
In France. Well, but he was condemned not because of the jokes by themselves, but because of the whole settings and the audience there, which obviously was anti-Semitic. That was really the problem.
Exactly. Yeah. That it was a greatly anti-Semitic show. But what is interesting about the Mbalambala case is that the whole show was regarded as not humorous, as not comedian, because as no. Like
so the joke
when he said outside of the show.
Yeah.
That's the other thing.
But also during the show.
But again, you can correct me because maybe you know better. But as far as I know, the European Court dismissed the appeal of Mbala because it didn't fall under the protection of Article 10 of the European Court, because it didn't amount to be something entertainment. It was regarded as not entertainment, not humorous. But what I'm saying is that what is interesting is that it was judged because it was deprived of the humorous nature there.
It was done this way by the European Court because the French court decision justified already by the condemnation was not done on the show. It was done on the external thing they say outside of the show. That's why it seems that it's why the European Court will be justified say we cannot appeal to that because the decision was made on that ground.
Okay, also the decision of the European Court was not on this because it was this episode in which he invited these negationists
outside of this in the show, but it was not.
Okay, well then again then it was a bad example on my part because then it's not a case of those anti-Semitic remarks were not in the framework of a comedian of a humorist.
But it was not a draft of the condemnation.
Okay. So.
But still, don't you think it was a kind of excuse to condemn the show too? Because probably they couldn't condemn the show for itself, right? But then they condemned the man or what he did outside my own.
And then the show.
And then the show, yes, because now it's basically doing shows.
Okay, well.
Okay. No, there are a lot of it's important nuance. The appeal or
They cannot judge basically.
Okay.
They don't know.
So, in front of what court did Mbalambala file the appeal?
No.
The Charlie Hebdo. Yeah. It was. No, it was not the European Court. It was a France court in France, and I should have changed the icon. Yeah, that's a mistake. Yeah.
In one slide, you say that humorous speech has no assertive force. You just explain.
Yeah.
For me, it's relative. Humorous speech, not just mere Chinese or
I mean, it has a certain force. There is a judgment that is implied, maybe it's not necessarily expressed.
But to judge it, to deem that a joke has a certain force is to judge it that there is some statement underlying it, or there is some sort of declarative speech act. And I think that humor jokes and humor speech are more like questions that they do not take any propositional commitment. Of course, you can deem an interviewer as doing some criticism, like in the Mañanera, where president, they can ask him about political or the security politics. And we can deem the interviewer as being critic to the president. But strictly speaking, the interviewer is not defending or claiming anything. And so I think that the same happens when we make a joke, a political joke. Like, we're not, like the John Oliver example. Yes, it seems, and it probably, most certainly he's criticizing Trump, and most certainly this is his belief. But based on this whole joke, we are not entitled to presume that he is ascribing to that proposition.
I would not be offended by the question, but if I am offended by the joke,
but I think that people are really offended by a question if they ask them personal issues, for instance.
I would be interested.
Yeah, no, it's basically some argumentative notion of informal logic that commitment or a propositional force or assertiveness that is not only on informal logic. I think it's also in ancient and medieval logic clearly that only affirmative, that not all utterances imply a propositional content, not all utterances or speech acts, so to speak, must be dragging a commitment or intellectual commitment or a belief.
Perhaps if we say that jokes are not true or false, that will be a way of putting what you're claiming. I mean, jokes have content.
Yeah.
Positional content. However, they are not true or false jokes. They're just jokes.
Yeah. That's a cleaner way to put it. No, you don't. But because it works. It works to respect hypocrisy. It doesn't need to be true that Trump is a racist.
That's not a joke.
And it doesn't say that it doesn't have exclamation to that statement when you're saying it as right. That's literally imagining that. Thank God, instead of showing our daughter, it's not like that. And you read that's completely the beginning of the sentence.
No, but should be, you must believe that Trump is racist, you don't get a joke. Otherwise, that's the very
but it would be enough to know that someone thinks he's a racist.
We have one last question, and then we have a break, please.
So I think the John Oliver example is a really good segue. When you're talking about the intention of jokes is to make somebody laugh, I think that's either a co-intention or a secondary intention, because a lot of jokes, especially John Oliver in a show like the Daily Show, the jokes are a way to kind of disarm the audience and use that as like a platform to push political ideas. In this case, like even President Trump, who, I would say is racist. And I would also say like John Oliver definitely also is racist. So I think that to say that there's no intent or anything other than to make somebody laugh might not be correct. And especially because there's like with lessening laws, right? I have two examples. Well, there's a satire law in the United States that you can breach copyright laws and et cetera, as long as it's satire. And it's funny because you also use Tucker Carlson here, who actually got out of a lawsuit for libel because he argued that his show was satire. But if you watch Tucker Carlson, there's a clear intention to push a political agenda, and he skirts around the issue by claiming satire. And I think to lessen the laws and to say that, well, it's satire, so its purpose is humor, is incorrect in that situation.
I would agree. Yeah, I would agree, and I'll use your words to trying to tone down my controversial take. That it's. I agree that we can, in several or most of our utterances or speech acts, we can pursue more than one intention. But what I'm trying to state is that we cannot legally prove that. If it's everything points out that he's trying to make a joke. If you go to a show where Dave Chappelle, Louis C.K. is making a joke, you know there has all the markers of he's not trying to be serious. He's trying to be taken seriously. So if I want to say that Philo Sue Louis C.K. or someone like that, I would need to prove that he meant his jokes, like he meant that he had the intent to be harmful, although he may have had. But in the legal arena, there's no. You would need to try to prove an intention, but intentions are inherently unverifiable.
Right, and that's what I think. Intention shouldn't necessarily factor into it. Like if you look at like the elements of legal liability, what it means to be liable to something, it's having a duty, which like in the case of Tucker Carlson, is your duty is to, as a news host, deliver facts. A breach of duty, which public policy does all the time by going off the rails and saying things that are like provably false. And then, you know, causation is the cause of some kind of damage, right? So those are the elements of legal liability, and those are all there, but he gets to say, oh, it's satire, so that gets him out of his duty. But I think that's a problem.
Yeah, that brings the question for legal judges to determine if a given speech is a joke or not, and it should be protected or not. That makes our judges like art critiques, right? Like trying to, like some TV show trying to give a thumbs up or something for someone to be funny. And it's kind of weird to assess our.
I just think there's an element missing from the law that we need to.
Yeah, no, it's certainly there's a lot of nuances I need to figure out. But
well, it's just we continue talking over coffee. So thank you, everybody.
Y muevo con esto, ¿no? Voy poniendo con esto.
Yes. Okay, we'll have next presentation, Professor Daniel Feinstein from the Universidad de México.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Thank you, María-Elena. Thank you, Xavier. You will hear for the first time the Oxfordian accent of Buenos Aires, from where I came from. And I need to, I will deal with a topic that seems to be out of place in some sense of this conference. Woody Allen as a contemporary Ecclesiastes, life meaning and hedonia and Jewish identity. For my generation, Woody Allen was a very important figure in terms of culture and for the middle classes, intellectual middle classes in most of the big cities. He's a very popular figure, more outside the United States than inside the United States. Woody Allen was not born Woody Allen. He was born Martin Alan Stewart Konigsberg and was born in the United States in the Bronx and raised in Brooklyn. And he was the son of two American Jews that for families who immigrated from Eastern Europe. He is a world-known comedy writer, a playwright, film director, and actor. He drew some very interesting topics like literature, sexuality, philosophy, psychology, and many others that have the influence of big names in the cinema like Fellini, Bergman, Bokov, the Marx Brothers, and Charlie Chaplin. This is a problematic presentation for two reasons. One more in the moral, I would say, sense, and the other more in the terms of the field of research. The first one is with the cancellation culture in which we are living. You can say, how can you deal with someone who was accused, who married, wed the daughter of his former, not wife, was not her wife, but her former lover. And the second, which is more serious, is an accusations by his former Mia Farrow and his son that he molested his son. He was acquitted twice by the law courts from the United States. And the testimonial are controversial, and I agree, and I am full conscious that this is a problematic figure, and this can have some implications. By the way, if you want to see a very controversial also scene related with the cancellation culture, see the scene at the movie Tar, in which the musical conductor gave a class, I don't know if you saw it, gave a master class at the Juilliard School of Music, and there is all the situation. It's a wonderful situation to philosophical analysis with different perspectives, what it means to deal with figures that for some of the students have values that conflict with their own values, and how do you deal with these topics. It's worth in this scene is particularly interesting. The second issue is related with the topics. Woody Allen is not a traditional philosopher. He's a filmmaker, he's an actor, he's a musician. But in spite of and he also in his autobiography said that he's not an intellectual. And he said that he began to read to impress the girls that he wanted to conquest when he was in high school. And that was his real motivation to read beyond sports and other issues that were the main topics that he loved. But for many authors, his referentiality to all kinds of philosophers, literary figures is very important. And today, there is a huge corpus of studies about Woody Allen and philosophy, Woody Allen and theology, which is impressive, the number of books and studies. He was considered one of the main comics of the United States. And
For instance, one example of why we must take seriously in terms of philosophy and theology the work of Woody Allen's films. As you know, for the last 40 years, there is a huge field of film and philosophy and film and theology. There are many books and very interesting research relating these topics. For instance, he rigorously, as Johanna Peche said, rigorously explored themes of religion, God, morality, and death, as he compulsively examined the questions his atheistic outlook. At the core of this film lies Allen's existential dilemma, in which his intellectual tendency towards atheism conflicts with his emotional needs for meaning, objective moral values, and justice, all of which is strongly associated with the existence of God. In one of the scenes of a very interesting Match Point movies, one of the main characters is, this is an film intertextuality, he's reading Dostoevsky. When he have to decide if he's going to commit a murder or no, we see here the main character dealing with crime and punishment. So here there are many intertextuality references to these topics. Okay, as you see, there is a lot of research, academic research about the connection between Woody Allen and all these topics. In this short presentation, I will explore some of the key themes in Woody Allen, and I will compare that with ideas of Kohelet or Ecclesiastes, which is a book of the Hebrew Bible that is also in the Christian Bibles, which is the part of what is called technically the wisdom literature, which was a genre very famous from the 5th to the 2nd centuries before the Common Era. It was a genre that was important in Egypt, in Mesopotamia, and other areas, which is the most modern part of the Bible in the sense that the knowledge doesn't come from revelation or from prophecy, but from personal experience. And in this literature, the conflicting problems of the individual, not the collective issues of the nation, are on the focus. And the book of Kohelet, of Ecclesiastes, is part of this literature, like the book of Job and the book of Proverbs and many other books. This is his biography, who was destroyed by Hachette, that has 50,000 exemplars that after this culture of cancellation, they were destroyed and they were not sold in France in the French version because of that situation. Well, I have been seen for more than 35 years, 40 years, the Woody Allen film, and always I have the feeling that there was some kind of elective affinity between the sensitivities of Ecclesiastes and some of the key issues of Woody Allen. I have this sense, it's not that he quotes Ecclesiastes from the direct point of view, but there are very strong connections, and I am not the only one to discover that. I found when I discovered that, as you see, there are Woody Allen and philosophy, a large corpus of studies. Woody Allen, a companion that is not just on the cinema aspect, but also in terms of the content of his movies. One Christian author of the Christian Association at Harvard writes a very interesting article saying that he is more of the same feeling that I have. He discovered that Kohelet can be found. Woody Allen is a contemporary Kohelet. Kohelet is the Hebrew name of Ecclesiastes. There is a wonderful book that deals with different themes in Kurosawa, a Japanese well-known director, and Woody Allen, and the uses of Kohelet thinking, which is one of the most challenging books in the Bible. It seems to be a very critical of the traditional categories of many other books and question many other points of the Bible. As you know, Kohelet begins with the famous Vanidad de Vanidades, or in Hebrew, Hebel Avalim, Akol Havel, or Vanity of Vanities. Whatever else make this highly complicated. Well, it's clear that the literary horizon of Kohelet is the account of creation, internal sabotage, and tragic fall in Genesis 3, which is the story of the Gan Eden, of the paradise, of the fall in terms of Christian theology. And this helps to explain the universal and unrelating presence of death in the good creation, how death and evil came into the world. The word Hebel is very interesting. The word that means vanity is usually translated, but in biblical Hebrew it has different senses, and in the book itself it has different senses. It means futile, fruitless, unbeneficial, profitless, transient, fleeting, perplexing, or enigmatic. And here the question is the deep feeling caused by the unknowability of the world, or by the fact that death is the inevitable destiny of every human being, be her fool or wise, rich or poor, good or evil? This is one of the problems that Ecclesiastes deal with. How can we explain that whatever is our accomplishment in life, we will face this tragic destiny? And this is a key issue also you will see in Woody Allen's understanding of life in his the book of Qoheleth is interpreted in many different ways. There is a huge hermeneutic tradition of biblical interpretation, and how a book like this can come into the Hebrew Bible and also afterwards with the Christian Bibles in a way that he defied many of the key beliefs of this, for instance, if there is an afterlife. So one of the classical interpreters, Robert Gordy, said that Qoheleth has two fundamental themes: the essential unknowability of the world and the divine imperative of joy. His unique achievement lies in the skill and the sensitiveness with which he presents his worldview. A completion of the book is more contemporary scholar, Bible scholar, said the book has a calculated ambiguity all the time. The book contains was produced during explosive sociological circumstances of conquest, of exile, of all kinds of situations. There are hidden references to current events, a clandestine form of humor, which the usual readers don't discover this kind of humor in this book, the oral character. And he said that the Qoheleth number language revealed the subversive socio-critical intent behind his work. For other scholars, there is no socio-critical concern in the book, but a more personal, existential concerns about the fate of the individual. But as you see, there are different readings of the book. Here we came to humor, which is a huge topic which I won't deal here. What is the place of humor in the Bible? Has the Bible, the Hebrew Bible, humor? Humor in the Bible is frequent and theologically significant. Much of this humor is of a dark nature. This is also true, of course, of Qoheleth, because this author, Knut Kind, argues that this book deals with a very important existential issue in which was at stake the very identity and character of the faith community, meaning the Hebrew people during the time in which they lived. Now, we know a little bit now about the sensitivities of this book, in which he was a king. I was a king in Jerusalem, and I searched for wisdom, and I have money, and I have women, and I have everything. And everything is Hebel, Abalim. Everything is vanity. And there are many contradictory utterances in the book. It's a very complex and rich, and one of the most, I would say, defined books in the Bible, which is really worth seeing, which is more akin to our contemporary sensitivities than other books. Now to Woody Allen. Woody Allen said that even that he was athletic and well, his family loved him, etc., he turned nervous, fearful, and emotional wreck, hanging on by a thread of my composture, misanthropic, claustrophobic, isolated, embittered, impeccably pessimistic. He said, some people see the glass half empty, some see it half full. I always saw the coffin half full. reference to the burial. You can say in his book that I am not a psychoanalyst, but his mother has much to do with this sense of what he writes about her. But as one writer speak, maybe she's not the castrating Zionist that he called her in his movie Manhattan, but she sounds frightful. And he acknowledged that in one movie in which his mother is a gigantic figure in Stories of New York Stories. He said that there was no trauma, but when Woody Allen changed his approach to life, he said when he was 5 or 6 years old, he said, I became aware of mortality and figured out, oh, this is not what I signed for. I had never agreed to be finite. If you don't mind, I like my money back. Okay. As I got older, not just extinction, but the meaningless of existence became clear to me. I ran the same question that back the former Prince of Denmark. Even against his judgment, he's very intellectual and his references are all time in this case, of course, Shakespeare. He said, why suffer the slings and arrow when I can wet my nose, insert it into the light socket, and never have to deal with anxiety, heartache, or my mother boiled chicken ever again? And he explained that this is not what happens with Hamlet. Hamlet did not commit suicide because he was afraid of what was going to happen with him in the afterlife. He said, I don't believe in afterlife, and why I continue to suffer its painful absurdity and go out. And he said, in the end, I couldn't come up with a logical reason why, and finally came to the conclusion that as humans, we are simply hardwired to resist death. The blood trumps the brain. It's a kind of affirmation of life in spite of the meaningless of life and the unknowability of the meaning, of the structure of meaning of life. And as he said, I don't want to achieve immortality through my work. I want to achieve immortality through not dying. For Woody Allen, life is the only thing that we have. And in this sense, there is a kind of affirmation of life in spite of his pessimistic view. And as he said, rather than live on the heart and minds of the public, I prefer to live on my apartment with his usual sense of humor. He's a very prolific cinema director and actor. He produced almost 50 films, even one every year since he begins his career. And he was one of the most independent filmmakers in all Hollywood. He gained control, an absolute editorial control about his films that very few people were able to do that in Hollywood. But here comes the issue, taking into consideration that life is what he said, meaningless, and that finitude is our destiny. He said, how can we live? And he quoted one of his favorite authors and the famous author Tennessee Williams in the play and movie that was with Marlon Brando, another article called Street Named Desire. And he said, I don't want reality, I want magic. And I have always despised reality and lasted after magic. And here we can understand one of his most beautiful films, when he said, when asked which character in my film is most like me on the screen, you only have to look at Cecilia in The Purple Rose of Cairo, a wonderful movie in which a woman who has a very problematic life, he connected with the heroes of the movies, and that helped her to keep going in spite of her terrible family life. This is a very famous, universal famous from Manhattan, kind of song of love to his place, which for him is the center of the universe, New York, and the periphery is LA. This is one, he has a very grim and pessimistic view of life. I will go on, but something very interesting, I don't have a very important point. What genre of classical literature is the best? Tragedy or comedy? Woody Allen, for clear reasons, said that tragedy is not the highest form of artistic creativity, and he said that comedy is the highest form. Why? He found nothing redeeming in tragedy. Tragedy is tragedy, and the people sometimes try to take something and to learn something. For him, is something that has no sense. And in one of his movies, Melinda and Melinda, he have two filmmakers. One is doing a comedy, and one is doing a tragedy. And he said, why the comedy is better than tragedy? And here we see on the right side the mighty Aphrodite. He said, the first argue that you come to this tragedy and he gives it to you so you confront reality and you don't escape. And because you confront life, you learn to understand other people and you are more generous to them. This is the argument in favor of tragedy. For Woody Allen, he said, the comic makes the movie and says, the world is terrible. So you walk into the cinema, sit there for 2 hours, hear a nice bit of music, have a laugh. It's like drinking a cold glass of water in a hot day. Life is a hot day, but sometimes we can find a cold glass of water. The argument can always be made that the comic filmmaker is doing the better service. In the end, he's helping you more. You are okay for a little while longer. Now, this is a testimony. He also speaks about life is meaningless because everything depends on good luck or bad luck. It's not what you do, it's not your intention, it's not your decision, it's not your agency, but it's luck. And in this sense, he's similar to Ecclesiastes, because in the book of Ecclesiastes, he said, God is the master of the world, and he gave the cards in a way which you don't understand why. Be happy with the cards that you have and try to make the maximum of them. It's some similar, it's not exactly the same, but this is what he said. You don't know, it's not depending upon you, it's depending upon, in this case, destiny, God, or whatever you want. He has very interesting comments about God. He's saying that God is basically an underachiever. No, he's not, but he does. And then he quotes, this is the second quotation, is a Jewish proverb, which said, if you want to make God laugh, tell him your future plans. It does depend. And he said, not only there is no God, but try to get a plumber on a weekday. This is the typical humor of Woody Allen. And in some sense, Woody Allen don't believe in God, but has all the time the connection with God and his questions to God and his a very deep emotional feeling towards the figure of God. And here he said about life. Life is full of misery, loneliness, and suffering. It's all over much too soon. This is, from the logical point of view, an absurd statement, because if life is so bad, it's better that it finish before, early. But he said, it's not only very bad, but it also finished too early. And he said, most of the time, I don't have much fun. The rest of the time, I don't have any fun at all. This is called anhedonia, technically, the inability to have pleasure in spite of the opportunities. And in this case, he's a very famous person with high recognition. And here's something very interesting. One of the most famous movies that have 4 Oscars was called Dos Extraños Amantes in Spanish, Annie Hall, classical comedy, very interesting. The original title that he proposed was Anhedonia. Of course, the producer says, with this title, who is going to go to the cinema? So they change it a little bit and they call it Annie Hall, and it became a very famous romantic comedy with very interesting discussions. Here we see the poster of this classical comedy. He looked the last, this is the dialogue in Deconstructing Harry. He said, look, Doris, he said, you have no values. With you, it's all nihilism, cynicism, sarcasm, and orgasm. Harry said, hey, in France, I could run for office with that slogan and win. This is the typical humor of Woody Allen. And look what he said. The most beautiful words in the English language aren't I love you, but it's benign. This helped to explain his concern with health issues, with the shortness of life. And look what he said about life. He said, when I was kidnapped, my parents snapped into action. They rented out my room. This is the typical, the unit of that he began being a stand-up comedy in the different circles. Now, Woody Allen has a very problematic Jewish identity. He's, of course, Allen is, and Jewish is as unthinkable as Chaplin without his cane, Groucho Marx without his cigar, or Fields without his noise. Allen comedy is characterized by satirical gifs about Jewish mothers, Hasidic rabbis, and the Old Testament figures. His dialogue is peppered with Yiddishism, the language which was spoken at his home and his family, and his characters often employ a typical Jewish form of intellectual scrutinizing, usually over metaphysical issues. He said in his book, I hated Hebrew school as much as public school, and now I'm going to tell you why. First of all, I never bought into the whole religion thing. I think it was a big hassle. Didn't ever think there was a God. Didn't think he's conveniently favor of Jews, if there was one. Loved pork, hated birds. The Hebrew language was too guttural for my taste, plus it was written backwards. Who knew that? Then he said, these are two interesting documentaries about this person, but here the key issue is, why should I fast for my sins? In Judaism, we have the Day of Atonement, one of the central holiday, and he said, what were my sins? Kissing Barbara Westlake, he was a student with him when they were 7 years old. I say, leave it with it, God. There's much worse. The Nazis are putting us on ovens. First attend that, but I said I didn't believe in God. Here we see the tension between not believing in God, but taking God all the time as part of his work. Now, Allen explores and exaggerates Jewish stereotypes through his simple characters. And these stereotypes have become recognizable to an international audience, usually also endowed with an inordinate sexual appetite, an obsession with death, and a range of phobias and neuroses like Woody Allen. This is, we see different movies, some of the characters. This is a presentation of his movies. And here's something very interesting that is said, Allen combination of Jewish aspects of the Shlemiel, I will explain what is these words in Yiddish, with the physical characteristic of the silent clowns, present an image of a man eternally bewildered by a hostile universe. What is Shlemiel and Shlemazel? Two Yiddish words that Shlemiel, I will explain here. Shlemiel is an inept, clumsy person, okay? And Schlemazel is an unlucky person, come from Yiddish and from German. And here there is a wonderful explanation. A Shlemiel is somebody who often spills his soup. A Schlemazel is the person the soup lands on. Okay? So one is clumsy, is torpe, and we say in Spanish that, but okay. Some scholars think that he's the equivalent in the film industry of Philip Roth in literature, one of the greatest figures of American literature, also writing all the time about Jewish families, Jewish topics. And he said, all the angst associated with being Jewish is transformed in Woody Allen and lit by his radiant humor. With his figure of the Shlemiel, we know now what's that word, Woody Allen has made a permanent contribution to the history of the American film. His artistry is inseparable for his Jewishness. Look, another issue. The Holocaust is very central in his movies. In more than 12 movies, there are different segments connected without a direct connection with the Holocaust. He said, what do you care about the Holocaust? Or do you think it never happened? He said, not only do I know that we lost 6 million, but the scary thing is that the records are made to be broken. It's a joke, but it's a very complex issue. Or when he said, on being called a self-hating Jew, he said, hey, I may hate myself, but not because I'm Jewish. Okay? Now, all these archetypically represent American Jewish artistry and reproduce the absence tradition in American Jewish art, Judaism. In spite of representing stereotypical characteristic of the Jews, okay, there is an absence real absence of Judaism in his films. The polemical uses and abuses of Jewish themes and stereotypes may have earned Woody Allen a controversial reputation among Jews, but for Allen, Jewish humor and self-deprecation jokes are not simple masochism. They are also a path for liberation. And here's something related with his style and psychoanalysis, very important. I was in analysis, I was suicidal. As a matter of fact, I would have killed myself, but I was in analysis with a strict Freudiana. And if you kill yourself, they make you pay for the sessions you miss. This is the typical Woody Allen expression. And now the similarities and differences with Ecclesiastes. For both Coelet and Woody Allen challenged many assumptions and self-images of their times. They both are obsessed with the search for life meaning and wisdom in the face of nothingness and the vanity of everything. Both Ecclesiastes and Woody Allen have a tense relation with a distant God, or in the case of Woody Allen, a not existing powerful God. Both have a complicated relations to women. Both suffer from anhedonia, the inability to enjoy life in spite of their social recognition and success. What are the similarities? One was a king in Jerusalem, the other a humorist, musician, and filmmaker in New York. One belongs to the canonical works that compose the Bible. The other is a problematic character and a controversial cultural figure. One lived in the world of antiquity, the other in the 20th century. One seems to ignore humor and express a kind of bipolar temperament that goes from desperation and weariness, vanity of vanities, to a powerful call to enjoy existence, because this is thy portion in this life. But Coelet also filmed that there is a time for laughter. He recommends to eat and drink, like Kant previously, another at the symposium, and find enjoyment in all the toil with which one toils under the sun, the few days of his life that God has given him, for this is his lot. Coelet is a mystery figure behind it, or in one of the most challenging biblical books that belong to the wisdom literature genre of ancient Middle East. Woody Allen is a remarkable exemplar of Jewish influences on American culture, and one of the last representative of the old generation of Jewish humor rooted in existential discomfort and insecurity. Thank you. Thanks.
So questions?
So I thank you for a very interesting talk. Your talk has given me a thought that had never occurred to me. But since you make all the comparisons, the one part that doesn't fit is the very end of Ecclesiastes, where he says, remember now your creator. Do you think that could be satirical in the Bible?
Okay.
I mean, because everything else fits.
Well, that was done, the last verses were done by the editor of the book.
So it's not.
Yeah, it's not for most of the Bible criticism. The last word, obey God, this is all what you have, and that's it. For some was an addition to make the book more kosher, more in coherence with the rest of the book, by something that some interpreters call the hermeneutics of grace that you gave to a religious book. No? So this is one point. I don't think that in Ecclesiastes is satirical.
I just meant that point. So
I don't think that this point is, this is a kind of saying, okay, saying that, but there is the classical Jewish interpretation say, Coelet is right, Ecclesiastes is right. In what sense? Under the ceiling, Tachat Hashamay, he said, he's right when he speaks about the material world. But on the spiritual world, he's wrong. Coelet is speaking only about life without a spiritual dimension. And in that he's right, that we don't have meaning, life is difficult, we're going to die. But he describes this world, they said. So he's completely right. But in the real life, the full life, there is meaning, there is God. And this is something that I said there, the difference between Woody Allen and the other people that the Coelet is very critical of many topics, but he believes in a world that has a meaning, even if we don't know or don't understand it, because they are rooted in the Hebrew tradition, and even that he questions many things, he's rooted in a world that has a meaning because the world is part of God's creation. So there is a structure, an objective structure of meaning, even that we as men don't understand really what's going on in this complex situation. But I don't think that the last part is satirical. It's just to say, okay, Coelet said this in the material world, if you don't have faith, if you don't have God, but if you have God, if you have faith, also in the Christian interpretations, Christ came to save us from death. So he's right if we wouldn't have a redeemer, but we have a redeemer. So he's wonderful because he helps you to question your false security, your false sense of security if you don't have a real religious faith. This is the way in which Christian interpreters and in some sense Jewish interpreters deal with this book.
I was wondering, in the Bible, you mentioned that some jokes or humoristic passages are hidden. But in fact, in the Bible, every meaning is hidden, and this is why we have this very important exegetical tradition. But why do not consider this kind of exegesis, this kind of very funny or irreverent, as part of this exegetical tradition? Because sometimes this kind of approaches reveal more the meaning of or the sense of the text than a very serious interpretation. For example, I like that I don't remember where Quintilian says that, for example, Abraham lacked sense of humor because, of course, God was not asking him to sacrifice Isaac. It was actually very silly. But the problem that was Abraham lacked sense of humor. For example, I think that sounds weird or crazy, especially if we think that we are in front of a very reverential or respectful book. But at the same time, I think that in the Jewish and even in the Christian tradition, we should include this kind of irreverent approaches to the text. So why should not, well, I don't know, in the Jewish tradition, someone takes Woody Allen seriously or as playing an important role in the exegetical tradition, and not only as now guys making insignificant jokes or funny jokes.
Well, in this book that I show you, they said that these kind of movies help us to understand better the classical text of religious traditions. And on the other hand, this book helps us to understand better the modern contemporary creation. There is a dialogue between these new interpreters, filmmakers, writers, and the classical religious interpretation. There are some people who take Woody Allen in many aspects at face value. He was very influential. He's very influential for many people in terms of what the meaning of life, how to live life, what is the meaning of the good life. Some people take him seriously. And I agree that there are, in the Jewish traditions, as one of the, Abraham Yeshua Heschel defined it, Judaism as a minimum of revelation and a maximum of interpretation. And in this sense, we can add a new interpretation because humor helps us to understand better the different dimension of life, and humor like Peter Berger, which I think I should wrote something here, a famous sociologist of religion. He had a book about redemptive humor. Redemptive laughter is his book. And he said, in humor, there is a redemptive quality that helps us to understand and live life better. And I think that there are some scholars, I know some readings of Ecclesiastes who work in this direction. I forget the name, but I will give you, there is one translation and interpretation of Coelet by a Reformed rabbi in the States, which has this kind of approach as you mentioned. Yeah.
thanks for the wonderful talk. For me, it's kind of inevitable to associate in a weird way Woody Allen with Franz Kafka. Like I see two characters that are very self-depreciating and have a sense of absurd. But in a way, Kafka strikes me more dark, whereas Woody Allen, I don't know, has this dark vision of life, but at the same time wants to mitigate it constantly. So they have, I don't know, I could also associate a certain Ecclesiastes view to Kafka, but more down the road, more down the way, whereas Woody Allen would have some sort of reserve to go pull down this path. Would you agree with this kind of characterization, especially since you spoke that Woody Allen is like one of the last representatives of some sort of Jewish humor, and I don't know if Kafka falls within this same tradition.
No, I don't think that Kafka came from a different tradition. The problem with Kafka is that he doesn't have a clear tradition. So you can interpret it all the situations. It's not very clear how Kafka allows completely from Marxist readings to existential readers to all the you name them. But yes, they have a some sense of absurd. But Woody Allen used humor as part of what he said. I don't want reality, I want magic. And for him, art and doing movies and the music are part of the magic that help him to live in spite of that. I agree also that he's more dark in his writings and his movies than in his personal life. Because in the last book, he said, my last 25 years have been wonderful. He's married, he's happily married, he has 2 children, he has a lot of recognition by intellectuals, very important people. So he feels he's more, I said that he's playing a little bit more desperate and feeling in a bad situation, but in some sense, he have a better life than the one that he's willing to admit. That's my understanding.
Thanks.
Okay.
Except there's last word.
Yeah, only one passage. So this interpretation of Ecclesiastes under an Orthodox Jewish light or Reformed Jewish light?
Which one?
Yeah, is the interpretation of Ecclesiastes, the Bible passage.
But no, to which specific interpretation? The idea that he's right when he speaks about life in the natural world. This is a classical midrashic interpretation from the 4th century, 3rd century Common Era. So this is a classical interpretation before there were Orthodox or Reform. That is a phenomenon of the 19th century. So this is a classical interpretation because the Bible scholars have to deal, how can I make sense of this book that questions many topics that are in the Pentateuch and in other parts of the Bible. So they said, okay, how can we make sense of this book in this corpus, which have a completely different approach to the world? If the world is God's creation, how can I say that it's vanity of vanities, everything is? So they found a way to fix the radicality of this book within the general Weltanschauung of the biblical world. Okay, but this is before there exists Orthodoxy or Reform Judaism that are phenomena of the 19th century. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Sí,
claro, pero no tienen lo que se queda grabado, ¿no? Hoy, mañana estuve bien. Sí, muy bien. Okay.
Pero tiene una luego animación Muy bien. Por allá. Bueno, para cerrar el coloquio, just to close this conference, we have the honor to have here Pierre, who is a professor of the National University, and which is a talk which will be the only case of a Mexican author and philosopher on the Jorge Portilla, humor and morality. So, all yours.
Thank you. Well, I want to thank Pierre and María-Elena for inviting me to this conference. María-Elena asked me a few months ago if I knew of some Mexican philosopher that had written something on humor. And I said, well, yeah, of course, Jorge Portilla. And I recommended her several names of people that could get this back. But then for certain ways, things that happen, I'm here giving the lecture, and I'm very glad. Okay. Well, Mexican humor is quite a topic, quite a topic. There are people that claim that there is something specific about Mexican humor. Mexican humor is quite different from humor of other Latin American countries, say, for example, Argentina or the US. And one of the things that has been claimed about Mexican humor is that in Mexican humor, death is always present. Sometimes with dark humor, more negative, scary, scatological humor, but sometimes it's a kind of humor that is almost innocent, in which death is presented in a nice way, almost childish way, you see, as a fact of life. You see, for example, these engravings of Jose Guadalupe Posada, in which these skeletons are dancing and having a good time. There is another distinctive quality of a feature of Mexican humor, which is the albur. The albur, well, what is an albur? If I albureo you, I will be talking to you with normal words, but all with double meanings, in which if you understand the double meanings, I will be laughing at you. Mainly with the sexual connotations, particularly homosexual connotations. So then a master of albur is someone that, for example, will be talking to somebody else, nor in any normal situations, but will be laughing at that person without that person knowing that he's being laughed at. When we were young, still albur was something quite common. Nowadays, I don't think so. I don't think, for example, my son understands albur at all. It required a very subtle linguistic techniques, because double meanings had to be really subtle, not vulgar or evident double meanings. They really had to be extremely subtle. For example, I remember that there were these, I'm talking about a time when there were still these records, 33 revolution records. And there was a record that I used to listen again and again, and I couldn't understand anything. I was really trying to understand where the albur was. And what I was listening was like any normal conversation, but people were, some other friends of mine that were perhaps a bit more worldly than me, were laughing, and I couldn't find a joke. It was really a very different, very difficult thing to do. The Bible of Mexican albur is called Picardía Mexicana. It's a book that has been published, perhaps, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of millions of books of this Picardía Mexicana. But I feel that perhaps in a few years, nobody was going to buy Picardía Mexicana anymore, because it's a kind of humor that looks old-fashioned. Looks old-fashioned. I think that's the students of philosophy here in the UK, I mean, will not be interested in that sort of humor. A little bit like Woody Allen, no? Woody Allen, it's a generation thing, perhaps. No? Youngsters don't like Woody Allen very much, and I don't think Mexican young people are that much interested in Picardía Mexicana, among other hands, because it's among other things, because it's very, very offensive, extremely offensive. I'm going to talk about Jorge Portilla. Jorge Portilla. Well, Jorge Portilla was a living legend of Mexico City intellectual milieu. In all the famous cantinas and bars and salons, and everybody loved Jorge Portilla. Jorge Portilla was a very intense man. He lived in that period of French existentialism, and he was like an existentialist himself. He was a very intense man, always suffering. I mean, well, he had real serious psychological problems. He suffered from a very deep angustia. No? He was always anguished. But he's like the character of that period of Mexican intellectual life. No? There are so many anecdotes about him. He was not an academic philosopher, no? Because he never completed a degree. That's why he could not teach philosophy at the universities. But he had a private seminary where people used to go, lots of people used to go, and he used to talk about Hegel and lots of things. But not an academic philosopher. It was a different kind of philosophy. But nowadays it would be impossible. Nowadays, no one would give a seminar in his house about Hegel without having a degree, you see. Nobody would think that's respectable. But at the time it was. Of course it was. Now, Portilla belonged to a group of young Mexican philosophers called Grupo Hyperion. This group of Mexican philosophers, they are probably the most interesting phenomenon of Mexican philosophy in the 20th century. What the group wanted was to create a Mexican school of phenomenology and existentialism, an originally Mexican school of phenomenology and existentialism. That's why, for example, I have some friends in the US that say that this could be called Mexistentialism. Mexistentialism. Interestingly, there are several philosophers in the US that are very interested now in the philosophy of El Imperium, because they consider that this is a very good example of how the existentialist school of thought, I mean, was developed in America, you see, in a very original way, in a very interesting way. This group was very active between 1948 and 1952. At that time, they really were in the center of Mexican intellectual life. It was a moment in which newspapers, journals used to talk about the conferences of the Grupo Imperial. Philosophy, everyone was paying attention to philosophy at that time in Mexico. Especially they were paying attention to what these young, brilliant philosophers were doing. Among the most prominent members of this group is Leopoldo Sea. He's not in the picture. Luis Villoro, he's the tall guy with mustache. Luis Villoro became later he was an academic philosopher, unlike Portilla, and he's perhaps one of the most important philosophers in Spanish language philosophy of the 20th century. Another one was Emilio Uranga. He was the best pal of Portilla. There are these anecdotes of how they used to walk, in the streets of Mexico City the whole night, talking about literature and cinema and philosophy, etc. Uranga is the one with this one. The other one, it's another Mexican intellectual that is not that important, and Portilla is still there. Portilla was a great singer, great singer. He used to take a guitar and would sing for hours and hours with a beautiful baritone voice. And there are all these anecdotes of how even he was ugly, managed to seduce some of the most beautiful stars of Mexican cinema of the time. Well, Grupo Hyperion wanted not only to create a school of Mexican phenomenology or Mexican existentialism, they were more ambitious. They wanted to create a filosofía de lo mexicano, not only a Mexican philosophy, but a philosophy about Mexico, okay? A philosophy that could elucidate Mexican ways of being in the world. Okay? Filosofía de lo Mexicano was a movement of metaphysical self-understanding, self-knowledge, but it was also a movement of cultural and political emancipation. In the Grupo Hyperion, we find a critique of a Eurocentric conception of humanity, and cultural colonialism. What Grupo Imperial said was that descriptions of humanity that came from Europe described a European human being. These descriptions wanted to impose this description of human beings to all the world. So if people from other parts of the world were not like the paradigm of humanity that European philosophy was providing, then those people were less human. They were against this. So they wanted to describe humanity from a Mexican point of view and from a strictly philosophical point of view, not only anthropological or sociological or historical, but strictly philosophical. Okay? And that's how we, in that context, we need to understand Portilla's philosophy. Portilla never published a book during his lifetime. He only published 3 or 4 papers in academic journals, and some like 25, 30 articles in newspapers. That's all. But he used to write a lot, write. It seems that in his house that he had piles of manuscripts. Of course, at that time, people were not that interested in publishing. He was not an academic philosopher, so he was not looking for a promotion or for a tenure or for anything like that. For him, philosophy was something that was done in the streets, in cafes, in cantinas, you see, talking to people, interacting with people. That was his way of doing philosophy. So when he died, all his work stayed there, you see, in his house, and some of his friends managed to recover some of the manuscripts of Portilla. And they found there the manuscript of a book called Fenomenología del Relajo. Okay? They published that book posthumously, and it is really a bestseller of Mexican philosophy, Fenomenología del Relajo. Among other things, because the title is so interesting. I will explain you now what relajo is. But wait, I will explain you what is relajo. But relajo, I can anticipate something, has to do something with laugh and with laughter and humor, etc. So you see, for example, in the cover of the book, there's a Mexican there, like, ha ha ha, not having a good time. There's a trick in the book because many Mexicans believe that this book is a defense of relajo, whereas it is a critique, a terrible critique of relajo. So many Mexicans buy the book thinking that it's going to be an apology of disorder and anarchy and chaos and laughter and all those things. And when they read the book, they discover it's not like that. So, well, anyway, most of Portilla's writings were lost. It's a pity. Well, it has been claimed that Portilla and the philosophy of other members of the Filosofía Mexicano and of other authors of that time, like Octavio Paz, for example, they wrote about a Mexico that no longer exists. If one reads the descriptions of Mexico, of Mexicans, of Mexican culture, of Mexican morality, today that sounds very distant. It was a very different Mexico, of course. It was a Mexico that was still more than half of the population living in the countryside. It was a rural Mexico still. It was a Mexico that was in the process of modernization. So perhaps that Mexico does not exist. Anyway, and so the ways in which the life forms of humor, comedy, and irony of Mexicans at that time today sound a little bit strange. As I was telling you about albur, people don't laugh anymore about albures as they used to laugh 50 years ago. See? So perhaps we cannot take these books as a description, as a phenomenological description of Mexican life. But at least we can say that it was a description of Mexico at that time. Just a linguistic observation. People nowadays don't say relajo that much. They prefer to use the word desmadre. Can you more or less guess what desmadre means? Madre means mother. So if you put in the computer the translate desmadre, it would say something like unmother, remove mother, lack of mother. What is this? Well, in Mexico, motherhood is something almost divine, religious. You cannot offend your mother or someone. So when you remove the motherly in a purely metaphorical sense, you're removing the value, the respectability. Fortunately, there is a translation of La Fenomenología del Programa. It's an excellent translation. I really recommend it. The book was translated by Carlos Alberto Sanchez, who's a professor in California, with the title "The Suspension of Seriousness." Okay? It's an excellent translation, and it has also a good introduction but Carlos Alberto Sanchez does not translate very well. So that he will try to find close image to the level, but he said that I can see. So if you read the level, you will see that the word relajo is there. It's a translation. Relajo really is. Unless you're Mexican, you don't really grasp the meaning of the word. Someone in Latin America or in Spain might get an idea, but the full existential, phenomenological meaning of the concept cannot be grasped. So I think that's when Portiga examines relajo from a philosophical context. What he's doing, he's elevating relajo to a philosophical university. So I would say that relajo should be perhaps incorporated in the vocabulary of philosophy. It's the concept that cannot be exactly related to any other language. Translatable concept of extraordinary dictionary. Well, this is from the Collins Dictionary of Spanish, English Spanish dictionary. They use a relajo. What's relajo? Masculine laxity, dissipation, gravity, meanness, immoral act, indecent act, of being good part, emotion, sorry, the thoughts, row, new joke, whatever, row, practical joke, the wish to make fun of something, good joke. You understand anything? I don't. Let's try with, I will give you two examples, okay? But perhaps we'll give us an idea of what the is. First example. Classroom, okay? We all have lived this situation. We all know this. We all know that. The teacher is there, blah, 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 blah. Then some clever guy throws support to another, and then the other one responds, and then suddenly for some seconds, perhaps a minute, a certain kind of disorder invades the classroom, certain sort of chaos, anarchy. But people are having a great time. People are having a great time. They're really laughing. It's a great fun. You feel so well when you're in the classroom, and then you're and that's all the teacher shut up, everyone, please. And things go back to normal, but you feel so good. You have that sensation, almost as the sensation of having had a laugh, but also some sort of sensation of liberation, of relax. Something has been relaxed. Relajo has the same root as relaxation. When se echa relajo, something gets relaxed. Second example. During a concert, a musician plays a wrong note. Say a trumpetist. Okay. Someone in the audience, in the dark concert hall, says out loud something really funny about it. So imagine, like, and then someone says out loud something really funny about it. And then everybody laughs. And some other people say other witty things, clever things. Musicians still are playing, but the director is looking like that. You see, and they're very embarrassed. Some people are, but after a while, I mean, people get silent. The concert finishes, and when the concert finishes, everybody gets out. I mean, like that. I mean, as if nothing had happened. Everybody's very serious, very composed. You don't know who was the one that said that funny thing in the beginning. That's another example of relajo. ¿Qué sale eso? Bueno, ok. No importa.
Pero no se ve acá.
A ver si puedes, sí. No, bueno, no, déjame. Bueno. So, let's see. When there is relajo, there is laugh. There is always laugh. There is humor. But relajo is cannot be reduced to anything. One can laugh without a relajo, of course. No? And there are many kinds of humor that do not involve relajo. Okay? Yet one cannot echar relajo without laughing, albeit in a guilty way. Relajo is exhilarating, impulsive, explosive. Humor is the trigger of relajo, but only some kinds of humor in specific contexts. Not all comic situations can develop into relajo. To echar relajo is to have fun in a peculiar way. And Portilla claims that there are two conditions for relajo. First, that one cannot echar relajo alone, okay? Not even with someone else. Two people, one person alone cannot echar relajo, and two persons alone cannot echar relajo. You need a group of people, no? In order to echar relajo. Okay? And well, we say, well, that's what's the difference between relajo and, say, a party, a celebration, or a carnival. You see, the people laugh together and joke together, and well, relajo is spontaneous. It is not planned. Remember, for example, the example of the classroom or of the concert hall. Something suddenly triggers relajo. And something else is that relajo disturbs something that was planned according to a certain goal. Okay? The class is planned for the goal of learning. So when relajo breaks up in a classroom, the goal of learning is suspended. The concert hall, the concert is an activity that has the goal of beauty, artistic beauty. And when relajo, for example, in the concert hall, then that goal is suspended. So that is why we can now understand why Portilla claims that relajo is the suspension of a value, temporary suspension of value. There's something else about relajo, no? That since it happens in a group, and all the group participates in relajo, there is certain anonymity to it. It's difficult to point out responsibility or blame. In relajo situation, something of value is lost, obliterated, betrayed. But according to Portilla, as we saw, relajo is a temporal suspension of seriousness. But what is seriousness according to Portilla? Seriousness is life according to value, any value, moral, social, political, artistic. A serious life is a life that is lived according to value. That is seriousness, according to Portilla. Hence, a serious person takes value seriously, life seriously. According to Portilla claims that everything that a person or community does is guided by a value. Hence, seriousness is a condition for the development of any person or any community. Seriousness, hence, is constructive. Relajo is destructive. Seriousness is a condition of possibility for the development of a person, of personality, and of a community. Relajo undermines community, undermines personal freedom. In his book, Portilla dedicates several chapters about the connections between relajo, laughter, humor, and irony. Portilla adopts the theory of laughter of a philosopher called Alfred Stern. I didn't know who Alfred Stern was. He doesn't even have a Wikipedia page. No, but he was quite an interesting person. He was Austrian, lived in France, fought in the Second World War with the French army, and came to Mexico in 1942 to deliver lectures against German philosophy, German Nazi ideologies. I imagine that perhaps, I mean, he traveled to other parts of the world delivering these lectures against the Germans. Then he emigrated to California. Well, he was a professor in Caltech for many years and died in Puerto Rico. Typically, he was a man that could speak and write in many languages. And he has books in German, in French, and English, and in Spanish. But the book that quotes and that studied Portilla is this book that is only published in French and Spanish. It's not translated into English, which is called Philosophie du rire et de pleurs. The book is from 1949, and it was translated into Spanish in 1975. Stern describes laughter as a response toward the degradation of a value. It's a physical, emotional response that we have when we witness that a value is being degraded. So laughter is a pleasant emotion that we have when we feel safe from the degradation of value that we experience outside us. Example, when an elegant person sleeps and falls on the street, we laugh. Why? Because we feel safe from that humiliation. Portilla describes humor as the flow from misfortune to freedom. Okay? Humor is It's that movement that takes us from misfortune to freedom. It's a movement that elevates, that lifts. Dark humor is one example of that flow that allows to rise from the afflictions of human existence. That is why in Mexico we call pesado someone without a sense of humor. Pesado means heavy. And in fact, for example, I tell Luis Javier a joke, Luis Javier doesn't respond. I would say, no seas pesado. Come on, man, don't be so heavy. Pesado. Look at how the linguistic observation of Portilla, how humor is something that elevates, that leaves, that is light, whereas non-humor is something that is heavy, that has gravity. Portilla says that the pesado doesn't have the wings of humor. He talks about the wings of humor. Now, Portilla claims it could seem that relajo and humor are the same. No, they're not the same. They have humor has nothing to do with relajo. Relajo presents a negative freedom that does not elevate us, but sink us in irresponsibility that undermines future actions. And then in his book, for many pages, Portilla presents an interpretation of Kierkegaard's view of humor, and agrees a lot with Kierkegaard. I think it's a very good reading of Kierkegaard, Kierkegaard's view on humor. Portilla also distinguished irony from relajo. Irony allows us to unveil human lies and vanities. Hence, it is morally liberating. It's a moral and liberating practice, claims Portilla. Since irony is moved by a will to truth, it can be seen as an example of seriousness, that is, of a value-oriented activity. According to Portilla, irony is something very serious, very, very serious. Okay. Relajo, on the other hand, resists seriousness and hence is irresponsible and sterile. Well, Portilla writes several pages about Socrates, and about how in Socrates' life, irony and value are connected. There is this character that Portilla calls el relajiento. Remember we call about el pesado, no? The pesado, no? The heavy one. Well, the relajiento is that individual, that character, that always starts relajo in a group. It's you can always find here he comes the relajiento. No? So you know that when the relajiento gets inside, problems are going to come. You see. Now, the relajiento is a really funny guy, witty, clever, charismatic, and however, he's almost like a public enemy, because wherever he goes, he destroys seriousness all over the place. He's always attempting against seriousness. Okay. Portilla then he claims that there is an interesting relation between freedom and relajo. Okay. Freedom can only be found in seriousness, not in relajo. There is this other character that is el apretado, but I'm going to go a little bit quicker. What's the problem with relajo? I mean, somebody could say, ask for Portilla, well, why are you so concerned with relajo? What's the cause, man? Well, Portilla said, look, the problem is that Mexicans have two relajientos. That's a problem of Mexico, and Mexican philosophy has to tackle these problems. Okay, Mexico has to be more serious. Okay? And that doesn't mean that they have to be more quiet or docile or less joyful or playful. they have to be more serious in order to achieve their social goals. Even a revolution needs to be serious. And he felt also that his generation had lost its best years in relajo. When he wrote this book, Portilla was in his last years, and he kind of looked backwards and saw, look, I lost all my best years in echando relajo. There is an autobiographical element. Now, I think, what can we get from reading Portilla today? Well, it's an interesting essay on the relationships between humor, irony, laughter, and morality, but a very different kind of relation than the one that we talk today. You know? We talk about cancellation, we talk about offending people. This is a very different link between laughter and morality. It's something completely different. And ultimately, Portilla's essay is a reflection about our ambivalent relation to value. Okay? Now, I'm finishing. Mexico and the US as well, where, as I told you, there are some scholars working on Portilla's work. Some people say, look, Portilla was too hard on the language, but that is not that bad. I mean, perhaps it's not that bad to have some moments in which you like free of morality, of values. It can be healthy. It can be even liberating. Octavio Paz, in his very famous book, The Labyrinth of Solitude, proposed something like that. He said, in Mexico, Mexicans are very repressed, but sometimes when they have parties, then everything explodes, and that repression it gets out, and that is very healthy, and that is quite good, you see, because behind this repression there are economical, political, historical elements. Now, Portilla knew very well these ideas of Paz about the fiesta, but I think that Portilla would have said that we should not confuse fiesta with relajo. Mexican fiesta with Mexican relajo. There are two different things. Because fiestas are organized and they have a goal, which is collective happiness. The interesting thing here is that the relajamiento can come to the party, Mexican party, and produce relajo in the party. And hence, the goal of the party, which is happiness, social happiness, can be destroyed because by fault of the relajamiento. So Portilla would say, no, we cannot have a justification. There is no apology of relajo. Relajo is something that is wrong, and Mexicans have to fight against that curious proclivity they have towards relajo. Thank you.
For depicting so brilliantly of this humor ethos in Mexico. And we have time for questions, Daniel?
Yes, thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. I think that in Argentina we have a word which is equivalent to relajo. It's quilombo. And the origin of the word came from brother. The quilombo was a brother origin.
Yeah.
But today it's used in a more European way. Say, he's a quilombero, he's a relajiento, he's the one who created, and quilombo means something similar, which has some kind of a social meaning also. I think that is very, very similar. Not exactly, but in Argentina, the word is very much used. This country is in quilombo. It's something connected with chaotic, with also joy, with undermining in some sense distractions. But I think that
I remember it. Esto es un quilombo.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. But can you Do you think of English or French equivalent to this with one word?
Yeah.
It's a foodie, right? Something that
In English,
something that for a substantial.
Culinary.
Which could be negative.
you have. Yeah, they're cutting off. It's an idiot.
Let's hear Gustavo's question, please.
La voy a hacer en español porque tiene que ver con el tema del lenguaje.
Sí.
Será en español. We'll talk about it later. A mí me interesó mucho la distinción que hizo entre desmadre y relajo.
Sí.
Porque, pues, entre otras cosas, yo soy de la generación que sigue, y es cierto que no usamos relajo. La única instancia en la que se me ocurre que usamos relajo comúnmente es cuando tenemos esta extraña institución de tomar una foto seria y luego darle relajo.
Eso no conocía ese uso. Darle relajo a una foto.
Esa foto de relajo no sale sonriente.
Sí.
Pero lo que me llamó la atención es, o sea, si cree que hay una distinción, no sé si sociológica, en el uso del término. Yo no digo, voy a escalar, vamos a echarnos mal, ¿no? Y eso es algo serio.
Sí.
Y no sé si tiene que ver con que el relajo viene de una connotación un poco más optimista, en el sentido de que, pues sí, vamos a hacer relajo, pero pues va a pasar el carnaval, y pasa y luego viene la cuaresma.
Sí.
Pero aquí sí algo se hizo un desmadre, probablemente ya no tiene arreglo. O sea,
Es
no
más
sé si
fuerte,
eso-
parece que es más fuerte desmadre que relajo.
Sí, no sé si es un signo de un pesimismo generacional. O si más bien es una perspectiva particular mía y sí pueden ser sinónimos en algún sentido.
Es muy buena observación, la voy a tomar en cuenta. Sí, ahora no sé muy bien qué responderte, no quisiera también ocupar mucho tiempo, ¿no? Pero sí, es interesante. A ver si luego mándame ahí un mensajito ahí, piénsalo también un poco más, a ver qué se te ocurre.
Fernanda.
Thank you for the presentation. I was wondering, like, for this making like a psychological analysis of the Mexican food, right?
He would claim that it was a phenomenological, more than psychological, no? Phenomenological. I mean, he would say that he was using Husserl's method, you see, to isolate certain acts, you see, and then try to grasp the ultimate meaning of essence. No? He's not a psychologist. He would say, I'm a philosopher. But anyway, of course, I mean, it has. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The philosophers of Mexicanhood of that period, they were looking for not for the essence of Mexicans, because since they were existentialists, they believed that Mexicans had no essences, they had existence, but they wanted to discover the main features of Mexican existence, and then why. First of all, in order to know themselves better, and then after knowing themselves better, be able to produce changes, social changes that would help the development of Mexico as a nation. In that sense, they were still thinking within the context of Mexican revolutions that try to improve Mexican circumstances. But on the other hand, they also believed that through the understanding of some Mexicans' features, they could provide a better understanding of humanity. Look, this is the most ambitious thesis of philosophy of Mexicanhood. Emilio Uranga, the philosopher that was Portilla's best friend, claimed that Europeans had created a philosophy of humanities that responded too much to their own prejudices, European prejudice about humans. Therefore, there were certain aspects of humanity that Europeans could not see, because they were examining humanity with the eyeglasses, you see, of those centuries, you see, of prejudices, you see, and stiff ideas. And Uranga said, Mexicans, we will study humanity, but from a different point of view. We are not going to use those eyeglasses. We will use the methodology. We will use phenomenology or psychoanalysis, but we will not see humanity in the way in which they see it. And once we create a philosophy of Mexican, then if Europeans read what we have done, if they study Mexican philosophy, they will be able to discover certain things about themselves that they have not been able to discover, because they have been looking at human beings in a certain ways. So Mexican philosophy was a contribution, an important contribution to world philosophy and to philosophical anthropology, because it was produced from a different point of view, and things could be seen in a better way.
And in that sense, I want to ask you about the distinction you made with humor and relajo.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm correct. I'm thinking relajo is like you said you can make relajo alone.
No.
So I don't know if there is a mechanism of group psychology that doesn't operate in the humor, which you can be an individual person making a joke and laughing. You don't like live your consciousness, your rationality, your that kind of thing that take place in the psychology of groups, where the individual is raised. I don't know if that distinction is correct.
I'm not sure how to answer to you. See, I think that Portilla would claim that relajo is something that is a social act. Can only happen in a collectivity, in groups, and that's an essential feature of relajo. It's some kind of funny thing. It's some kind of joyful thing. It's some kind of I don't know, thing that happened, but only within a group. So that distinguishes relajo from many other kinds of humor and things like that.
Time for one last question, Pierre.
Well, yes, well, thank you for your talk. But actually, the relajo, okay, it's probably a typical Mexican word, but I think the thing is very universal.
It's completely universal.
Okay, right.
Sure.
The example that you gave are very universal.
Happens everywhere.
But I think it's very similar to what you would call more generally, perhaps something like buffoonery.
But buffoonery, it's a buffoon, no? It's an individual.
So the guy who makes the relajo can be called a buffoon, because the buffoon, at least in the bad sense of the term, is the guy who makes fun of the vibe. It's like the guy in a concert when there is a horse note, then he makes a kind of joke, right?
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we would call a buffoon, I think.
Yeah.
And it's quite interesting that in antiquity, you have already a word for that, for Holocaust in Greece. And that was the word Holocaust can do all sorts of things, but one of the things you could make is exactly that.
Exactly.
Make a joke when someone makes a false note in a concert.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's yeah, of course. I mean,
and it was
relajo.
in antiquity, it was condensed.
Okay.
Even if the he was a clever guy. This was
But
clever.
I think there is a difference. The Buffon was part of a structure. No? If, say, for example, in a royal court, the Buffon played a role there. And everybody knew that that was his role, the role of the Buffon.
Yes,
so the Buffon is not undermining really the structures. So I think that's.
Oh yes, oh yes.
Yeah.
Say that it was famous.
Yes, you're right. It was paid to do the
Right.
but it was also meant to jeopardize the
Exactly.
values.
Yeah, and to
No, it's what.
okay.
But
Yeah,
of course,
that's
yes, but technically speaking, to put at least in the British or in the French culture was paid for that. But the Democritus in antiquity was not necessarily paid.
Okay.
It was just a word that was used for the kind of people who would make a joke when there is something happening.
Yeah, of course, the Remarkable phenomenon is universal. The interesting thing here is the concept and how Quintilian was able to take the concept from ordinary languages and then produce this philosophical reflection. I think this is a clear example of how to do philosophy in Mexico. How to do Mexican philosophy.
Thank you very much. I apologize before because I cannot give the word to you. Lady of always, but I want to thank Guillermo and everyone. Gracias. Well, thank you very much. So this was our last talk. So thank you very much for to our guests, to our speakers, and it's officially finished. Thank you very much. Thanks, María-Elena. Thanks, Gustavo. Thanks, Laura.